Okay, screen is on. I'm good.
Well, it's up there, so pretty much whenever you're ready to start. So you will live stream from your channel and it'll live stream from YouTube.
Download. It may not even load.
By yourself, you can step up here. So I gotta keep this doorway open. Y'all don't let nobody else behind you. No, you're fine.
Damn.
You're smart.
Doesn't work. All right. Must be the same.
Okay, did you get it to work?
No.
Okay, well, we'll have it streaming anyway, so, Shay Smith, This Psychic Life, Recognizing, Growing, and Protecting Your Spiritual Gifts. Thank you so much.
All right. So my timer here, so we don't go over. All right. Well, hello, everybody. I am Shay Smith. I am a professional psychic medium. And like he said, what I'm going to be talking about today is recognizing, growing, and protecting your spiritual gifts, which you may or may not know that you have. First off, let's start with some definitions. What is a psychic? I get asked this a lot, the difference between a psychic and a medium, because there is a difference. They are not the same. So a psychic in the Oxford Dictionary is relating to or denoting faculties or phenomena that are apparently inexplicable by natural laws, especially involving telepathy or clairvoyance. So that's your psychic powers, if you want to call them that. I am a medium as well. And a medium is a person claiming to be in contact with the spirits of the dead and the ability to communicate between the dead and the living. Something that is between or in the middle. So yes, I see dead people. That is actually part of what I do. That is probably the first thing I ever actually realized I could do when I was a kid. Everyone always wants to know, when did you first know? What was your first experience? My first experience, there's about 2.5 years between me and my little brother, and we shared a bedroom until I was about 5. So the first thing that I remember seeing is his crib was set up here, my bed was over here. On this side of his crib, there would be an old lady. She was dressed head to toe in black with like a cloak on, and she would perch on the side of the crib like this. And that is my first, most vivid memory of seeing something that wasn't there, wasn't supposed to be there, or your parents tell you this isn't real. This lady popped up like nightly. This was several times a week. So I'm pretty sure she was there, and if not, then my crazy goes back a really long ways. So I do want to say not all psychics are mediums, because there is a difference. Some psychics don't want to do the whole let's speak with the dead or talk with past loved ones. Not all mediums are psychics. So I am very blessed with the ability to be able to do both of those things. So this kind of goes back to where I'm talking about being crazy. How to recognize that you're not going crazy. That has a lot to do with trusting yourself. I think that everybody is born with an ability. We call it intuition. You can call it gut feeling, whatever you want to call it, but we all have it. Now, some of us just tend to have it a little stronger, or some of us just listen to it a lot more than everybody else does. And you can pinpoint that, you can work on it, you can grow it. It is something that you do have to kind of experiment with as to what works for you. Actually, it all kind of starts with trusting your gut feelings. That's the first thing that I'll tell people who are interested in trying to read tarot or read for somebody else, period. Reading their vibes, their energy, whatever you want to call it. You have to go with what you know, what you're being told. 100 years ago, me and a lot of people in this building right now probably would be in a institution, and they would be doing a lot of these crazy, creepy things that you see in the scary movies. Those experiments would be used on me, or I'd be called a witch, or something crazy. So again, I'm very blessed to be born in the time period that I am right now, because I do have the ability to research this stuff, meet people that I know who are like-minded and have the same abilities. I'd like to say, people are always asking me, how do I know? First off, again, the intuition, the gut feelings, you just know. Second off, sometimes you can also see if it runs in the family. It does tend to show up like that. I can't say it's stronger on mom's side or dad's side, because it really doesn't matter as far as that goes. But I will say that my daughter can do the same things I can. And I know there are other relatives that have had gifts, spiritual gifts. That's what we call them. Some people just have the knowing. Some people have premonition. Some people can just read others. And a lot of people think because you're psychic, you can straight up just read their mind. Okay. We don't walk in and want to see everybody's everything in front of us. So that is another reason why it's important to kind of recognize if you have abilities, because you don't want to walk in and freak everybody out immediately. You want to go up to someone in the store and just be like, oh, hey, your dog actually prefers this dog food brand over this one. Like, people are going to look at you really weirdly, and we don't always want that. Sometimes it's fun to do, but I'm not sure that's ethical, but we'll just leave that to the side. So another thing is children. If this is something you've been able to do from a young age, and then it seems like for a while it kind of turned off, kids usually up until about the age of 5 will be in what they call the theta brainwave. Okay, that is why kids see so many different things. Not only do they have vivid imaginations, which is why it's really hard for parents to differentiate whether or not you are just seeing things vividly from your mind, or if you're actually seeing something. Kids are, I hate to say that, but kids are kind of creepy anyways. I mean, how many movies have we seen where the kids are like imaginary friends, or they're talking to somebody in the back seat, or we've all had that awesome moment, if you've had a child, you've had to, where you wake up at 3 a.m. and they're just standing beside your bed and they're not saying anything except breathing on you, and they're like, oh. You're like, oh my God, yeah. So kids are already kind of creepy, so when they start talking to all these other things, they're always like, maybe they're just making this up. A lot of times it's really going to depend on the parent, which I could do a whole separate series on how to parent children that are psychic, because that in itself is a whole nother level of horribleness when they can call you out on your BS really quickly, and you're like, I cannot get away with anything. So up until about the age of 5, children start to mature, the brain starts to change, and a lot of the times that's when they start to believe what other people tell them. So why is it a lot of people don't believe in this kind of stuff at some points? Because you've had someone repeatedly tell you it's not real. you can't do this. This is not how real life works. If you hear that enough, you believe it. So a lot of people who did have a really vivid experiences as children will tell you, it wasn't until I turned about 13 or 14 that all this other stuff started happening again, or if something's been following me around since I was little till about now. That's usually when you start to make your own opinions about things and you start to come up with your own beliefs. So at that point, I don't know, the parents are, every now and then I'm always wondering, like, how did you not see that they were talking, the history of the house? A lot of times you put the pieces together, you're going to be like, okay, that was real. That actually happened to me. Also, I get asked a lot, what is it like? How do you see things? When you see a person or a spirit, how do they come across for you? The movie Paranorman, cannot say this enough. If you have not seen this movie, please, please, please watch it. It is an animated children's movie, but the way that it explains so many things as to how this kid can do this, his uncle could do this. He just wakes up, walks down the street, comes downstairs, his grandmother's sitting on the couch, just, chilling, talking, having a conversation. It is a lot like that. I work in the medical field. I've worked in and out of hospitals, which is interesting in itself when you can do what I can do. I'll walk by or walk to a patient's room and they have a relative in the room with them, or some guardian or spirit or an angel or something like that that has come with them to the appointment. So I get to do the really cool job of pretending I don't see it, because I cannot just tell a patient, Nana says that necklace is really pretty, because that's, I'm going to lose my job. And then they're probably going to ban me from every hospital in the state. So it is an interesting way. Sometimes I see people straight up, just like I see you. We'll be sitting here having a conversation. Sometimes I get the black and white movie that will play in my head if I don't literally see it with my eyes. Sometimes I'll just hear things, or I just know things. So this kind of moves into the next of what I'm going to go over is all the different ways that your abilities can show up. So there are the clairs, which if you've done any kind of research and this kind of stuff, you'll hear about the clairs. So you have clairvoyance, which is literally seeing things with your eyes. You have clairaudience, which is when you actually hear things. You have claircognizance, which is the knowing. Clairsentient, you feel things. Clairempathy, those are our empaths, which a lot of people are, which is where you feel emotions of others. And clairgustance, I hope I'm saying it right, which is clear tasting. So literally all the 5 senses that you have here, then you get an extra 6th one, which is what we would call spirit, which is just the knowing part. All those can be used on the other side. Also, psychometry, which is my personal favorite, and I love, love, love doing this. If you are somebody who collects antiques, or you like to go and you're a very touchy-feely kind of person, very tactile, this is where you actually read objects and places and any little knickknack that you get your hands on. Whatever you touch, you can read, you can feel, you can kind of give the story of it. Not everybody has that. Not everybody has these. You may only have one. You might have a couple. I, again, very blessed. I get to experience all of these, and it really upsets my friends sometimes and people who can't just see things. I'll be on like a really cool investigation. I'll be like, oh my God, did you see that? And I'll get this look like, no, I heard it. I can't see things. I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm going to go stand in the corner now. So it's a very fun ability. But again, when I'm doing readings for people, I use all the senses. The one I dislike the most is probably the tasting. Because when you're doing a reading for somebody and it's like blood, that metal taste, or a gross one I had one time was like pond water. I don't know how many of you are like from the country, but pond water is stagnant. Does not move, and it's gross, and it has algae, and it's gross. Like immediately when I had that happen, I could smell it, and I could taste it, and I was like, this is really sick. Why am I having this happen? But it was a very important piece to the puzzle of her reading, so it was necessary. Not my favorite.
So pond water can almost be dangerous in the right situation.
Yes, it can. It can cause a lot of issues, especially for farm animals. If you have cattle that graze on that area, if something becomes poisonous in there, yeah, it's trouble. It was disgusting. To this day, that might be my least favorite one, besides graveyard dirt, which was nasty. Okay, so if you think you have these abilities, I would never tell you otherwise. But if it is something that you are interested in learning how to grow, it is an ability that you can improve upon, you can make stronger. It's just like any other skill. The more you practice, the more you research, the better you are at it, the easier it is to kind of click in. So as far as growing, I would say the internet is your friend. Okay, make sure it's a reliable source that you're looking at stuff from, which is kind of hard to do sometimes in this field because there's a plethora of things that you're going to run into. But Googling things, that and the shows that we have on television that started 10, 15 years ago is the reason we have resources for the things that I do now. Somebody else had to go on there and look like they were crazy and talk to the dark and speak to the shadows that nobody else could see in order to have this be kind of remove the stigma from what I do. Because I remember growing up, I remember there being this lady on television, who I will not name, who called me now for your free tarot reading, okay? It turns out she was a huge fraud. That came out. It gave us all a really bad rap for a while for anything that you do like this. If you want to get paid for doing readings, well, that put a damper on it. But luckily, there are other people, even now on television, I've been fortunate to work with a few of them, well-known psychic mediums, they have really put the credit back onto our field. Biggest thing is, once you acknowledge what you're actually going to be able to do and you come to terms with what you have, a lot of people struggle with that because it could be a religious thing. You grew up a certain way. They tell you this is wrong, this is bad. Not saying it is, not saying it isn't, but I was brought up with a very strong religious background, and this is something I was born with. So it is a gift that I have, a spiritual gift. So once you kind of come to terms and accept it, things will start to usually show up. You will have experiences, you will hear things, you may see more. Once you just kind of open yourself up, things are going to come and flood you. Also, as far as researching, there are books, there are support groups online, there are chat rooms. It's also really helpful if you can find somebody to be a mentor. I had several. I was very fortunate to I didn't stumble upon it. I don't believe in coincidences, but it definitely made a difference to me to find people who experienced the same things I did, who grew up the same way, who just couldn't put a name to what was happening. I got a lot of answers. So finding your tribe is going to be your biggest thing. Most major cities tend to have a community, a holistic metaphysical community. So sometimes it's easier in the bigger cities. Smaller towns, I know I live in Kentucky. We have a lot of rural areas. It's really hard to find people who do this kind of stuff. So again, researching is going to be your biggest friend. So let's see. Books too. There's a lot of really good books out there. I've read so many. So now we're going to move to how to kind of protect yourself. If you're not interested in growing your abilities, if you are perfectly fine with how it is right now and you prefer not to do anything with it, that's completely fine too. That is a choice. I will say though, we are bright and shiny lighthouses. When you have abilities, you tend to stick out to spirits, to things that aren't spirits, things that don't have names. So it is important that you still remember that whether or not you're going to use what you have, sometimes you're still going to have to protect yourself, make your house a safe space, kind of a sanctuary. So I like to give people that information too, because we forget about the people who choose not to do anything with it. Whether or not you use it, you still have it. So again, protecting is very important. Number one thing, if I said nothing else that you take away from this, grounding. Okay. Now, a lot of people, if you're not into the crunchy, hippie kind of vibes, or you're not in the metaphysical community, grounding has become a very popular term in culture lately. So there's a lot of good resources for how to do it. I don't like shoes. Yes, I'm from Kentucky. I prefer to be barefoot 24/7 if I could. So grounding for me, the first and easiest way is I'm going to be barefoot and I'm just going to step outside. I don't care if it's grass, gravel, sand, dirt, whatever it is. I'm going to go stand on something that I know is not man-made, and I'm just going to breathe. So I was taught the easiest way for me is I can visualize myself growing roots. Visualizing is not everybody's strong point, which is why I said when you're a tactile person and you need like something legitimately that you can put your hands on, barefoot, feet, ground, grass, whatever it's got to be, you're good. But if you could take it a step further and either anchor yourself, which literally sometimes I have pictured an anchor with a rope tied around my waist. And if I feel like my head's off in space floating around, I can look at my waist and follow it down and I see an anchor attached to something, attached to the ground, a tree, whatever it might be. If you are the kind of person who does pick up things with your hands, if you are one of the psychometry kind of people, it can be useful to have something to hold on to. I have literally went and sat next to a tree before just so I could feel it, touch it. I keep so many crystals and rocks, I could probably open my own storefront between me and my child. So I'm also very lazy. If I can set it and forget it kind of thing, then that's what I'm going to do. I always have a bracelet or something on that helps kind of as well. But grounding, however you got to do it, if you can't get outside, sometimes I'll just have to sit there and just take a moment and breathe. Breath work is extremely important when you are grounding. Breath work is important in anything. They teach you this in therapy even. If you're having a moment where you're anxious or you have like a panic attack or something like that, they will tell you that breath work and they'll tell you to ground yourself. These all kind of work together because you're on an overload. And that a lot of times happens with people who are sensitive, who do what I do, who have abilities. So yeah, real quick, grounding does not have to be complicated. You do not need anything fancy for it. You don't. It's cool if you have it, but if you don't, go outside, walk around in nature, breathe some air, get your feet on the ground. That's done.
I guess that's kind of about shifting your focus for a few minutes to change everything about it, get up, walk away.
Exactly.
Because I have lots of employees that they get really super stressed about whatever's going on. And I tell them that's why we take breaks, so you can get up and change your scenario or your scenery. And in doing that, it works in a lot of different situations.
A lot of it's
like that
mind
really
space.
applies here.
Yeah, it is. And then if you are somebody who is kind of a little more in tune with your abilities, you can actually draw strength from whatever you're grounding with. I love water and I love trees. So for me, if I go, I'll even go to work and I'll just go and wash my hands. If I feel like I'm on an overload from patients and I've got too much energy going on that I've collected throughout the day, if I go wash my hands in like cold water, I'm like a little bit better. So yes, drawing your strength, it's not just the grounding, it's also a replenishing if you need it as well. So it's kind of a counterbalance is how that works. Like I said, crystals and rocks. Yes, I know some people don't believe that that is a real thing, but scientifically it has been proven that certain stones and metals and minerals and things give off a certain amount of energy, that they do something to the body. There is an effect that goes on there. Some of your big ones, if you Google, I don't know, a protective stone or crystal, like your top ones that are going to pop up are going to be like hematite, tourmaline, obsidian, amethyst, tiger's eye. There's a massive list. Like on my table, when I read, I always have a huge chunk of obsidian because that is for me and that is for the person I am reading. If they need to kind of de-stress a little bit, because a lot of people, when they sit down, first of all, they're sitting down in front of a psychic. Secondly, they're like, I don't want you to read my deep dark secrets. And I'm like, I don't want to read that either. So let's not do that. So I'll hand them this chunk of obsidian, and whether or not it's the properties that are actually in this stone and whether or not it's just their focus, it helps. That's all I can tell you. So for me, when I go into locations, because I am a professional paranormal investigator, I've been doing that for out loud is what I'll say when I came out of the broom closet 10, 15 years ago now. There are locations I go into that I'm like, I should probably take a few extra steps because I know I'm bright and shining to them, and I know that my energy might taste good to them. I want to protect that. I don't want to be the one who's followed around all night. I've only been literally attacked where there was proof where I got slapped and scratched down the back of my neck in one location. And you know what I didn't do that night? I did not take the steps to protect myself and what I was going to do. And I paid for it. And it was a reminder. Ever since then, I can promise you, I always have something with me. My personal favorites, garnet. It's my birthstone too. But it's a very good one if you do have psychic abilities. It kind of helps protect those and kind of keep out anything negative. Also, I like labradorite. I don't like tourmaline. It doesn't work well with me. Not every rock, stone, and or crystal is going to jive with you. A lot of times, you don't even know what you're looking for. It's best if you walk up to a table or something and you don't have a clue. Just take your hand, run it through. If you think it looks shiny and it looks good to you, just pick it up and then read what it's about. Because half the time, your body, your intuition, your senses are going to tell you before you even know, hey, that's the one we need. It's always interesting to me to watch people do that. And then they're just like, huh, okay, well, I needed this week for this, and this. And I'm like, yeah, you did. So that's my advice to anybody who's getting ready to go down a slippery slope of buying crystals, because it is an addiction. It's kind of like tattoos. You cannot just have one. You have many. So enjoy that. Another thing protection-wise is symbols, charms, talismans, things that you might carry that mean something to you. I'm wearing an ankh today. That is a personal reason for that. I do feel like it does protect me. A lot of people like to wear crosses and crucifixes. Why? Because to them, that's protective. So those kinds of things, you can look up what something means, and if it sticks out to you, great. But a lot of times, some people might wear the same necklace over and over and over again on a daily basis. And if they don't wear it one day, they feel like they're naked or they forgot something. You have given that power because it means something to you. It doesn't have to mean anything to anybody else, but that is your personal talisman. A lot of times too, when people are looking at symbols, they'll be attracted to one and they'll be like, oh no, that's got a really bad connotation. Does it really? Or is that just what you know from one aspect? When you start researching things, symbolism goes back forever and ever and ever and ever ago. We're talking millennia. People have been giving power to certain symbols. The star, the 5-pointed star, that has 50,000 different meanings. You put a circle around that, we call that a pentagram. Most people will associate that with something in a negative light. The true meaning of the pentagram has nothing to do with negativity. It's actually quite the opposite. It is a protective symbol. So when you start looking and researching the best things for you to carry with yourself, go at it with an open mind. And if it means something to you, that's great. Again, it does not have to have that same meaning for somebody else. It's a personal choice. And when you do have something that is personal that you carry with you like that, I do think it's more powerful. I don't walk up into a place and be like, this is what this book told me to get. Because I've picked up things before and I'm like, this is not for me. Ooh, please take it away. Like, I don't want to touch it anymore. So make it personal to you. Another way, and I have done a class on this before, is building your bubble. Like, I'm a nerd. I tend to speak in comic book quite a bit. Like, I'm a Star Wars fanatic, hardcore. I have a Star Wars tattoo. Like, your force field. That's literally what I'm asking you to do. Everybody has it, scientifically proven. We all put off energy. We all are walking around as a big bright ball of energy that we put off. Now, some of us can see that. I see a lot in color. A lot of the stuff I do when I do my drawings for my readings is I use color because that's how I see somebody, which kind of correlates with the chakras. But everybody has a color. So you're putting out something. That is what I think is making us bright and shiny. I think those of us who have abilities, we are a different color to the spirits and things around us. So that's what they're attracted to. When I read, if I have an aura photo taken and I've just done a whole bunch of readings or I've done something metaphysical, my aura photo will be nothing but a massive bright gold and yellow. There is no other color. You take it before I read and it's got a few different colors, but after that, no, I am like a light bulb. So Something to keep in mind when you're going into places, if you're going to investigate or you're going into situations where you might kind of be in a negative atmosphere, which work, because I don't know a whole lot of people who get to go to work every day where everybody is 24/7 happy. Maybe a chocolate factory. I'm not sure. That could be the closest, that or a distillery. Those two might be a toss-up for the happy people of the world. But when you go to work, what are there? We have those people we call energy vampires, which gets a bad rap. Not everybody who does that is negative, but there are some people that you just get near, and after like 10 minutes, you're like, oh my God, I have got to get away. Or once you do leave, you're like, good Jesus, I'm tired and need a nap now. And you may have just woke up in the morning. That is also something you're protecting yourself from. It's not just from the spirit world, but people who have other abilities as well that may be drawn to you because we are bright and shiny. We attract people like magnets. If someone's always coming to you for advice, that should be your number one sign right there that you have some sort of abilities. Anybody who's a counselor, teacher, healthcare worker, anytime you're healing someone else or helping them heal, you tend to have abilities. Being an empathic, like I said before, you pick up on everybody else's junk. Most of us forget to let it go when we get away from those situations, which makes it really, really difficult for us to find out and sort our own things if we were carrying everyone else's stuff. That's why I'm a fan of the crystals. I can set it and forget it. I know when I come home, above my door, I have selenite, I have citrine, I have some clear quartz. And those things, when I come through, again with my force field, because it works for me and I can literally see it in my head, I walk through my front door and it's kind of like a shower of just cleansing this. Whatever isn't mine stays outside. I don't have to worry about it. So it works for people too. It also works if you throw them at people, but I'm not condoning that. Just saying crystals work for all things.
Well, there's still a rock.
It's still a rock. It will do its job. That kind of brings me into the cleaning part. If you are going to be doing things and growing your abilities, again, back to the we look good to the other side, we're bright and shiny, tasty. You want to make sure that you are cleaning your spaces. This isn't just your home. This is also your car. A lot of us are into the weird things that are here this weekend, and we find ourselves in some very odd locations. People talk about having attachments and bringing them home with you. It starts with the car, okay? People forget about that. If you leave somewhere, get into a car and go home, well, it's already been in like 2 or 3 different locations with you. I have to clean my car. I will keep a bottle of, I'll smudge. I will spray. I don't particularly like to burn sage. It's not pleasant to me. It kicks up the allergies because I'm a weak witch apparently. So I will do the spray bottle. But either way, I'm using sage. And for me, that is a way that I do cleanse and clear my spaces. I'll spray the inside of my car. You can also, this is an interesting one. If you're leaving a location, if you're leaving somebody's house and you feel like it was a negative experience all the way around and you don't want to take any bit of that with you, you can literally shake the dirt off of your feet. If you kick your feet, do something, leave it there. And you can literally say, you're not coming with me. Whatever this was, you're not allowed. You shake it off. Also, if you're a person who, whether or not you like to take baths, if you're in this field, if you do this kind of stuff, every now and again, I'm telling you to spoil yourself and give yourself a salt bath. That can be with sea salt, Epsom salt. I don't really care what color salt you put in there, but salt is a purifier cleanser. You get in that bathtub, you just sit there and let it do its thing. You do whatever you need to do. When you get out, it all goes down the drain and it's gone. It takes all that negativity with it and goes on down. Light and sound are also ways to clear. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the sound bowls where you like hit it and each one has like a different tone. There are like crystal bowls and stuff too. I keep one at home and I will occasionally use it. And sound is a way to drive things out. Laughter is also a good way to get rid of negative feeling things or icky vibes. How many times have you gone into a room, you've laughed your butt off with somebody to the point of tears? Have you ever like left that scenario feeling bad? No, most of us have not. You're sitting there and you obviously have already amped yourself back up. It is a energy revitalizer. Investigating, if you're doing investigations paranormal wise, the most evidence and the greatest things I've ever caught have come from the stupidest moments that we have ever had when we're investigating. And it is because we're all laughing our butts off. It is an instant mood stabilizer. It raises the vibes to a level that you can't really get from anywhere else. Honestly, Monsters Inc. Disney, you know what they ended up collecting is the laughter from the children because it was way more powerful than the screams. So I'm just saying there's a little truth to that. Let's see. People talk about spells and chants and prayers and things like that. Yes, 100,000%. Again, make it personal. If it is something to you that makes a difference, if it is something you believe in, whoever you call on to come to your aid to help you, yes, 1,000%. I do say prayers. I will say a prayer before I go into a location or somewhere or somebody's home or something where I feel like there's a chance for a negative interaction. I will do it whenever I need to. I'm clearing my house, clearing the car. I will say my little prayer that I do every single time. Let's see. Another thing I do want to say, when you're looking at ways to clear yourself, houses and spaces, don't forget that some words mean the same thing. It's just a different connotation. Psychic abilities, spiritual gifts, those kind of go hand in hand when you look at a list of spiritual gifts that you may find. You have laying of hands, healing, Reiki, all those things are kind of tied into the same as well. Prayers, chants, spells, all those things kind of have the same meaning. You're doing the same thing, you're just giving it a different name. A lot of things are intertwined universally. They go back forever and ever and ever. You just give it a different name, it gives it a different connotation, and people will look at it differently. So when I say make it personal, make it personal. If you think one word fits you better than another, that's totally fine. We don't have to pick sides here. Abilities are abilities. They don't change or go away just because of something that you believe in. So, any questions?
Right now, a lot of what you're saying makes sense because a lot of it is using your senses to kind of reattune yourself to your environment. You know, one of the things you were talking about a while ago is something I carry on me most of the time is a dog tag from my grandfather, my keychain. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I don't know if there's something psychic there, but I know that it's still a connection to someone I cared a lot about. So, and that's worth something. You know, there's a lot of value there. And, you know, talking about sound, I mean, think of the effect that music can have on people.
Yes.
And not just one or two, whole, you know, tens of thousands of people.
People pay for that experience.
Yeah, and you know, and it's a bunch of sounds put together in a way we find enjoyable or desirable. But, you know, music can kill your mood and make you feel depressed and do all kinds of other things. So, you know, those sounds clearly have an effect on us and what we do think. So,
yeah, music is huge for me. I love going to concerts. I love being in that environment. I love rock, metal, like all those loud, heavy things. Oh, yeah. Immediately a mood booster. Or if I'm having a bad day, what do we do? We play all those depressing songs that make us think about the memories or the pain or whatever it might be. Music is a huge trigger. Mm-hmm. It's also really good if you investigate or are looking for trigger objects. If you go to certain places, play certain music, certain time periods and stuff, you will get a lot of reactions from that. I've seen it firsthand in multiple places. Johnny Cash actually is a huge one for a lot of spirits for some reason. Very popular. That's kind of a go-to one for me.
Yeah, powerful voice and sound.
The words. He wrote about real life. It wasn't like, you know. Yeah. So, all right. Well, that is pretty much all I had. If anybody has any other questions, I'll be set up outside. I have a table in the hallway. I am offering readings, tarot, oracle, and mediumship, and also my intuitive art, which is a reading, except I get to be a professional doodler, and I draw with chalk pastels in bright colors because that is how I see the world. So
it's a good way to see the world.
It's definitely interesting, and it makes it really hard for, I don't miss a lot sometimes. It's really, when you see things in that like 4D kind of way, not much gets by me except apparently, you know, when it's something important for myself. I'm great at reading other people, but for myself, not so much. I'll just be like, you know what? No. So, all right. Thank you guys so much
Thank you
for
so
all your
much.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That was good.
All right. That was so much fun.
Good. Glad you liked it. Do another one next year.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Good luck with that. 1,000 words a day.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's what Ray Bradbury said. Of course, he was a professional writer, did it for a long time too, so.
We're professional doodler and scribbler. And we'll see what happens. But
Thanks so much.
thank you guys. That was fun.
Yeah, good. Anything else? Awesome. Competition is going to be fierce for attendance. Because it's 6 o'clock, the first of the panel starts today. And I guess Mr. Barker is over there. I'm gonna set this up here.
Yeah, I don't know where that is down there, 'cause, I mean, I can.
I think it was to see if whatever would work on stuff up here, but
No, he said to put it right there so I can keep an eye on it, but I can see.
I think it's easier here because the one thing I noticed is honestly, lighting sucked
Okay.
for this because you can barely see her. So I'm gonna bring that podium forward and we'll adjust the camera to see if we can do it, put them directly under the light.
Honestly, I think even if you just pull it forward,
Yeah,
I don't think you'll have to change it.
yeah.
Hello.
Oh, wait, are they?
No, 5:30?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just adjusting because the last seminar we had, the light wasn't as good as it could have been. I've tried to make it a little stronger.
On here. I brought y'all stickers.
Stickers are awesome.
We had our own little ones. We did
Thanks.
for the weekend.
Okay, I like that. Pretty cool. It's a nice kind of pulp comic, horror comic thing. I'm gonna support.
I'm a Misfits fan.
Yeah, it's really got that like 70s, 80s. Like,
Oh, yeah.
comic vibe.
Tales from the Crypt, Creep Show, all that kind of stuff.
I did, these were punk horror. I did punk horror. You're good.
Pull it over just a little bit. Sorry, I'm just
You're fine.
trying to.
It should be angled just a tiny bit like, yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. Because the last one we had was back further and the light wasn't great,
Oh,
so.
you're fine. I honestly don't even expect anybody to show up. So I'm
This
pretty
is
good.
live streaming. Well, right now the competition's pretty tight,
Oh, yeah, I know.
because there's the stuff with Clyde Barker,
Oh, I know.
which is he's a living legend. And then the panel for Fright Night, I think it is, Texas Chainsaw Massacre starts at 6.
No, I told myself, I was like, if nobody shows up, I can sneak out and go get something to drink.
Well, it's also live streaming. We're
I know.
streaming this panel, so actually, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna bring it over just a little
You're
more.
fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Just
I think
keep
it could be
adjusting.
a little bit that way.
It's okay. I'll just tell my husband stories he's heard a million times.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. So,
But like, Adriana, against Clive Barker, of course he's gonna win.
Yeah, I don't know how many people could really do that plot.
well, yeah, the rules are pretty strict though as far as what they can do, because everyone has to wear masks going in there.
Which is good. I mean, the man's getting up there in age.
Yeah, but a lot of people, that's like a big sticking point. They will not put on this.
The Facebook group, people were really good about it. They were talking about it. Because I'm not doing PowerPoint.
Yeah.
I had an Amazon order delivered too. Did we order anything from Amazon?
Oh, yeah, we have extra access. That's people that do that. An hour. You're Annie?
Yes.
How do you pronounce the last name?
Emont.
Iman?
Yeah, it's French.
Yes, you still got about 12 minutes.
I'm good.
Yes, you may be.
Hey guys. Hey, you know what? This is more people than I had at Paracon, so.
It's their loss.
Exactly. I'm gonna put my phone over here too, just so we don't have any interference.
You send me a picture.
Yeah.
It's good to see. Probably too short for you guys to do. So it is. So are you from Brandenburg?
I am from Painville, which is right outside Brandenburg. Sorry.
My family's all from Breckenridge and Meade County.
A lot of people's
Like,
family
all
are,
of
yeah.
Because my dad's family is from Irvington, my mom's family's from Hardenburg, but then I've got lots of cousins and everything else that are in Brandenburg. So
That's cool. I did my ancestry for my dad, and I found out that like I live in a place called Flaherty now that's in Meade County, and I found out that his like great great grandma was actually from Flaherty, and that's bizarre because you know my family's from Louisville and Somerset and all that stuff, and to find out like somebody came from Somerset and married like a great great grandma, and then my husband came from Somerset and found me in Meade County.
my dad's oldest sister lived in that area.
Mhm.
They were Kings.
Oh,
There's a Dr. Kyle King,
yeah,
maybe?
Dr. King, because Dr. King and Honaker, yeah.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Oh, cool, yeah.
And, so,
Yeah, because it's either, I didn't know if you said King or Keen, because there's
King.
Keen, yeah. Yeah. I think because of Fort Knox, so many people are from, some of these families are from Fort Knox, and
Yeah.
because like Camp Knox is from the First World War, so.
My last name is Stiff, and there are a bunch of us around there too.
Stifton, yeah, because Stifton is where Radcliffe is now.
It's just Stiff, not Son. Just Stiff.
No, I'm at the town
Oh,
Stifton.
yeah.
On Fort Knox, they still have Camp Stifton, which is their roundabout, and it has the wagon on there from the old farm. Oh, we're good. We still have 9 minutes. I'm gonna put this here as my time tracker.
What is the Battletown Witch Festival?
It's next Saturday.
Okay.
We are at Camp Flamingo in Otter Creek. We took over an entire 1930s YMCA summer camp. It's very Camp Crystal like.
That's cool. I didn't already have stuff I had to do. I've already been committed to Keeneland by relatives. So.
No, it's fine. And then I think we're gonna do more than a single day next year because of the crowd size for this year. because it's going to be, we can't even have on-site parking this year. It's too big. So we got to shuttle everybody in. Oh, I know you all get it.
Considering the line's still down the Triangle Park.
I just gave directions to somebody and said, find the line and come this way.
Well, you didn't expect today. What do you see in the morning?
Oh, we've, this is our third time at Scarefest. Yeah, we've
Somebody
been.
posted on the fans page that they got online at 5:30 this morning.
And there were a couple of folks here with like 1:30 in the morning, you know, like waiting all night, cold, whatever. Almost
It's like,
camping
I'm the
out.
first one in line, 5:30 this morning. I'm like, it doesn't happen till.
And I'm sorry, I just don't want to sit outside for 15 hours or whatever, you know.
When we used to come, because we would probably be in line for, it wouldn't be as bad. We'd be in line for like 2 hours waiting to get in. But as soon as you got in, you'd have to like figure out what panels you wanted to go to. And then like about 2 hours beforehand, go sit in line for the panel. So yeah.
The panels are also good for a break when you're running on the floor for 2 hours, you're worn out, and just, God, I need to sit down for a while.
Well, Joe doing the panels down there. His first one is at 6. I just, he goes, there ain't nobody here. There's not even a staff member here to talk to. He's like, so look at this, kind of might be interesting at 6.
Yeah, I know Joey's a jerk. But I like him. I'll close the door here in just a minute.
You're fine. There's people still meandering.
Just walking around, checking it out, checking it out.
If we could all like move up a little bit, we gotta keep this doorway open. Film festivals in here.
My cousin used to teach ag over at Meade County too.
Who's your cousin?
His name was Josh Mitchell.
I know Josh Mitchum. He just did a painting for me.
Yeah, he's my cousin.
Yeah, I love Josh. Yeah.
His dad is my first cousin,
Oh, really?
but I'm much closer in age to Josh than I am his dad. So, you know.
Yeah, I've known Josh for a long time because of Jericho Woods and all that stuff.
Yeah, I've been to their stuff before. I've got some of their music on my cell phone right now.
Yeah, he's doing all the summer camps now.
Yeah, well, he runs the FFA out at camp in Breckenridge County. So.
Yeah, he just did a painting for me a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
That's good work.
Mhm.
He's a real talented individual.
He really is. He's a super, super nice person too.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah.
They're actually doing that Ramble at the Ramble tomorrow
Yeah.
night.
Yeah, the Randall Barn. Yeah.
I know that barn. It
That's-
belonged to his grandparents.
Yeah, it's technically Breck County.
I can remember when I was a kid, my dad and his dad and his uncle and my uncle, everything else, they'd be baling hay, loading up the barn, all that kind of stuff, so. My brother got bit by an old dog they had.
Yeah, I'd say my dad probably bought hay from him. So we're doing good.
Have you been to the FFA camp over there in Martinsburg?
I have not. It just, since I'm over Meade County, it just gets hard to get out of Meade County sometimes.
There's not much in Martinsburg anyway.
Well, there's our favorite coffee shop. There's the Wire Rooster,
But,
the world's smallest Walmart.
well, yeah.
No, it really
it's-
is.
It's tiny. It's really small. But the land that the FFA camp was on, my great grandfather sold it in,
Oh, that's cool.
however many years ago, probably 100 years ago.
All right, we're 3 minutes out.
Okay, well, we can get started any time now. So we have Annie Hamilton Imont on the Battletown Witch. and the subsequent festival.
Hi, guys. Thank you all so much for coming. I know that there was a bunch of other events that you could have gone to right now, so I really appreciate you all being in here. So my name is Annie Hamilton Emond. I am the founder and chairperson of the Battletown Witch Festival. I am the writer of the blog Weird Meade County, and I'm also the head of tourism for Meade County, Kentucky. So when I talk about all of this legends and lore, I'm going to go through some of the famous legends and lore of specifically Meade County. And when you think about a tiny no-name county in northern Kentucky, you don't think a lot of exciting things have happened there. So let's start at the top. So the reason why Meade County is so interesting is as far back as 800 AD, there's evidence of large animals and artifacts and burial grounds, which means that the river shed let Meade County not get frozen during the Ice Age. So it still was available and had inhabited hunting grounds. And the first settlers followed the buffalo roads around through the river. And then there were herds of elk, and they fought wolves, and they have heritage going back almost 12,000 years in Meade County. So the early Americans and African Americans didn't even come to Meade County until the 17th century. But the land was cultivated and cared for by multiple native tribes. We start kind of getting into what's weird about Meade County. Was a man named J.L. Logston. He excavated a site for something called a lithograph, or a lithographic works, where they used to carve the panels and put the ink on it, and that's how they would print things. So whenever they tilled the land to make the lithographic works, they found the first of 2 giant skulls that were found in Meade County. So it's one of the multiple sites in Kentucky that has had giant bones uncovered. And then it just goes on and on and on from there. But we're not here to really talk about giant bones and other things in Meade County. We're here to talk about our favorite friend, the Battletown Witch. So when we talk about witch stories in Kentucky, there's a lot of the Bell Witch and things that they don't necessarily know who these people were. The difference about our witch, Leah, is she was a real person. We know who she was. We know where she's from. Her family still lives in the area. So when we talk about our witch, we have to talk about the person. We have to talk about Leah Smock. She was a young woman who was intelligent and beautiful and far beyond her time in 1840. Her story, although brief, is still spoken about today, and it's the tragic tale of somebody that would be known as the Battletown Witch. And as often the case with legends, what happened to Leah might say more about the people who feared her than the woman herself. So she grew up in a place called Lapland because Leah actually predates Battletown. And in the dark woods of Meade County, where the sun seems a little dimmer and the air a little colder, and even the animals know to be silent. For generations, people have whispered about these hills and hollers, a place where strange creatures roam and stories of powerful women have lingered in its echoes. This is where Leah's story begins. She was just 22. She was a woman ahead of her time. She was intelligent and curious, and a dangerous combination in that era. Leah could heal with herbs, predict the weather, and read the land in a way that made people uneasy. In those days, such abilities often came with a label that carried a heavy price. Leah finished school earlier than most, having learned all her teacher could offer, but her education didn't stop there. She learned from the world around her. She knew how killing weeds around a pond could still poison the water because the roots remained. She tried to share this knowledge, but her warnings fell on deaf ears. People didn't want to understand her. So this is where the story gets interesting. So come on in. We're just getting started. Sorry. No, you're fine. So this is where the story meets the muck, where it could be a game of telephone or it could be something else. I can say this entire story has been carried by the single family since before Leah met her fate. And this is how we've heard it generation to generation, being told the same way. So Leah was a healer. She was smart and she knew more than most people. She was highly educated and in the backwoods of Pioneer, Kentucky. She had Cherokee friends and learned to read the earth, do healings from herbs and things of that nature. So whenever a man brought a team of horses and she wanted to pet them and he told her no, and the horses died the next day, they were like, that's not good. And then a little bit later, a woman had a baby and Leah wanted to hold the baby. She knew something was wrong with it, and the woman told her no. And then the baby died the next day. So this is where things started to get not quite interesting, but a little bit murky. So when we look at 1840 in Kentucky, we look at what it was made of. It's made of a lot of German immigrants, a lot of Welsh immigrants, and a lot of French immigrants, especially in the northern parts of the state because of the fur trapping industry. So we look at their lore when we look at what a witch is. So most people, when they think of witches in America, they always think of Salem. Well, Salem was an English thing. They did trials. They made sure that there was a jury and they had everything go in a very, very selective way. Well, whenever it came to other places that were not so much of note, one person could be your judge, jury, and executioner. And how your family came to this country had a little bit of how you decided the fate of a witch. So Meade County, having people of German descent, there was certain ways that they dealt with a witch. They called them a heretic. And the way they cleansed a heretic was to burn them. So in Salem, they didn't have that issue. They took and they put them on trial and they hung these people, except for Giles Corey. Of course, he refused to plead, so he was pressed to death with stones. When we look at Germany and France, they were the ones that where the term "burn the witch" comes from, and you see like the Joan of Arc iconography, and that's kind of where that lore, that kind of carried over person to person, personal lore comes from. So the reason why we look at Leah's story in more than one light is, she could have been somebody that was truly evil and they had to cleanse her and they decided to burn her. Or we could look at what the story might actually be. So whenever the Virginia Company started selling land to plots in Kentucky, they had these huge landowners. And sometimes people that were not well-meaning would sell pieces of land more than once. They would somehow sell the same piece of land to two different people because they were being a proxy seller for somebody that was a giant landowner. Well, Leah's dad, I forgot his name. Leah's dad, John, had purchased 300 acres in what would be known as Battletown, Kentucky. And he had it for years. He was a cooper by trade. He made barrels and he had the best oak trees and his daughter grew the best gardens and they were a little bit better off than everybody else. And then came a land dispute by a man named Greer came and said he owned the land also. So during the same summer that was Leah's last summer, they were in this bitter land dispute to see who actually owned this piece of land. And it had to go before the judge and see who actually legally owned it. So whenever John went out one day in the middle of this dispute, he decided to go to town. He took his wife and his two other children with him, left Leah behind because kind of the custom, the oldest stays at home and takes care of things. Leah was 22 at the time. So she opted to stay home. So that day, her father left with her mother and took her brother and sister with him. And whenever you were going to town, that was something you were doing all day long. You had to take a horse and buggy and go miles down the road. So to go get something, you'd be gone the entire day. So after her parents were gone and they knew that they would not be back for a long part of time, the neighbors showed up. And like I said, it could have been a land dispute. It could have been a way to easily get rid of her father. It could have been the fact that they really did think she was a witch. And we don't know who ever did it because that secret has never been told. But her neighbors took Leah, took her hands, took her feet, tied them, and put her in the family smokehouse. And then they decided to put it into it and set the smokehouse on fire. And so everybody thinks, well, that's the story of the Battletown Witch. But that is absolutely just the beginning of the story of the Battletown Witch. So the smokehouse burned. And these were good, sturdy pieces that were built. Like, people still have structures that were hand built in the 1840s, especially because Leah's father was a cooper. He made these pieces. So it took days for this smokehouse to burn down. Well, once Leah's mother got home, she sat outside and she was bereft, like any mother would be. And she just sat outside and wept. And she kept saying over and over again, why didn't you free yourself with your powers? Why didn't you get out? And Leah's mother was the first to see her ghost that very night over the embers. Leah's ghost has now, at this point, been seen looking the exact same way for 130 plus years. So Leah decided that once her mother knew she was okay, she decided, and this is while like the embers were still smoldering, because you had to wait for the fire to go all the way out. You couldn't call the fire department then. She decided she was going to go stand and look at the neighbors the rest of the night. So the 3 days that it took for that house to burn, that smokehouse to burn down, Leah decided she was going to go visit the people responsible for it. Well, they couldn't bury her in the churchyard because her being a witch, despite anything else, they wouldn't have her. So John, her father, decided, well, if I can't have the land, at least Leah will stay here. So he buried her on the back corner of the land, which would eventually become the Elizabeth Daily Cemetery. Well, that didn't stop Leah. She didn't rest. So taking those older customs that we talked about earlier about what the French and the Germans did, they decided that they needed to put her in her grave. So Meade County is known for this beautiful white sandstone. It's called oolite. It's solid white. It's beautiful. So they went and they got an entire wagon load of this pure white sandstone and dug about 3 feet down into her grave and put 2 wagon loads of these white stones on there, thinking that'll hold her down. That'll purify the ground. That's it. Well, that wasn't it. The people that were responsible were said to be joking around with each other, excited. Oh, we burned the witch. We got her in the ground. Well, about a day and a half later, a hunter was out near John Smock's land. And it never said what he saw, but sorry, we had some very ominous music pop up all of a sudden. It never said what he saw, but the man was so scared that he dropped his rifle and ran into town to tell people what he had seen. And that was one of the very, very, very multiple times that Leah had been seen. So another one was in the 1980s. And I love that when we look at like modern lore about witches, that a lot of this stuff happened in these folk tales that we've heard attributed to like witches. So her grave became a rite of passage for thrill seekers, especially on Halloween. Gerald Fisher recounts in his book, The Battletown Witch, where a group of teenagers visited Leah's grave one Halloween night in the 1980s. After what seemed like hours of walking, they realized they couldn't find their car. So, it used to be when you lived in Battletown, on Halloween night, you would go sit at the witch's grave until midnight and try to see if you saw her. Well, I guess Leah got tired of it because more than one person has had this account. So it was 2 couples, and they sat out there, and eventually it started to get cold. You know, it's November 1st. It's kind of chilly out. So they decided they were going to start making their way back to the car. If you go to Leah's grave, there's one way in and one way out through this dry creek bed because there's not a road there that exists anymore. It's no longer like an actual functioning cemetery. So they grab their flashlights and they start walking back to the car. It's about a 2-mile walk. It's not terribly bad, but they walked for what seemed like hours and just kept walking and walking and walking. And eventually they were like, well, we must have turned around, and they looked at their flashlight and her grave was right there. They walked and walked and walked, but somehow walked in a circle. So the other guy said, all right, you got us messed up. And he decides, okay, I'm going to lead you out. So same thing happens. They walk out the creek bed. They walk and walk and walk and walk, and somehow end up back at the same grave. And they recount that this happened the entire night. So from midnight until the sun came up, they walked in a straight line back to her grave the entire night. Because although Leah loves animals and she is somewhat of a benevolent ghost, she does not like to be made fun of. She also sometimes does not like attention. So once the sun finally came up, Leah decided that's enough. And they walked out, found their car, never came back. She had another chilling encounter on October 31st of 1991. A news crew from the local NBC affiliate set out to broadcast from Leah's grave. They arrived outside the cemetery to do their walk-in. They checked all their equipment. They made sure everything was good to go. They walked in, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as they got to her grave, cameras, batteries, lights, everything, none of it would function whatsoever. They got one camera to work and did the entire segment with flashlights. So whenever Leah thought people were not taking her seriously or had misgivings about her, she would have things small that would happen. She also has been seen on those 300 acres. One of the scariest things is they eventually sold part of that land to the Meade County school system and built the Battletown Elementary School there. So she never came out during the day, but the custodians would always talk about out past the playground. There was a lady out there in long white robe with black hair and a sash around her waist. And they'd be like, that's strange. And eventually they ran into somebody that had seen Leah before. And this custodian asked him what it was. And he said, that's the witch. You're seeing the witch in the morning. So Leah decided that I don't know if she wanted to check on the kids, but another thing that happened is they decided to do a Battletown witch play in the school. They were excited about it. The kids got it. They built sets, all good to go. And wouldn't you know it, right before it happened, they decided, oh, the set's on fire. So Leah has a little bit of things that she does that really, really, really just is fun. And sorry, I've done this talk so many times.
Forgive me, I have to meet some folks.
You're fine. So whenever Leah sees something that she doesn't like, she has a tendency to be a little mischievous about it. Our first witch festival we haven't had this issue since, but every time somebody would turn a microphone on, a breaker would blow, or somebody would turn music on. Like, none of our electricity worked. But Leah's just one of the tons of stories that come out of that part of Meade County. Meade County is also right next to Fort Knox. Half of Fort Knox is on Hardin County, half of Fort Knox is in Meade County. For the longest, as they could tell, they've always seen little lights in the sky, little things that just didn't make sense. And that was fine up until they built the airfield at Fort Knox. There is one incident that is the second most told incident that has to do with UFOs in the United States. It's called the Mantell UFO incident. It's from the late 1940s. He was a decorated World War II fighter pilot. Like, he was a trainer. There was tons and tons and tons of hours under his belt. And out of nowhere, this very decorated UFO, My brain's done today. This very, very decorated fighter pilot decided he was going to go out on a training mission. Well, I don't know what came over him, but him and his co-pilot decided to start following something. And we have the actual radio relay to the tower through the entire incident. And he said he saw a white light, and he had two other birds on the side of him, and he opted to follow it. And what happened is this very, very skilled and trained fighter pilot who knew better than this just decided to keep climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing with his plane. The other two broke off, and the radio was trying to get him to come back to stop or anything. And he actually followed this light until his plane eventually stalled and crashed. And if you look it up on Army, I think it's army.com, they have the entire relay of the incident too. So the things in the woods, they're big or small, outside of Battletown, have their places in other pieces of lore and history that have become so synonymous with pop culture and television. Whenever we talk about the story of the people getting lost in the woods, that makes you think of the Blair Witch. Whenever you talk about the lights in the sky, you automatically think of orbs or UFOs. And whenever you think about them uncovering giant's bones, there's literally History Channel shows about this going on right now. So we always like to think that pop culture is things that people think of, or these crazy wild ideas that they have. But I always think that they're things that have happened that somebody's grandpa told somebody when they were a little kid, and it just became a crazy horror story or fantasy that became something that we all think of now. But as time passes, we really hope that people like Leah Smock and the Battletown Witch, instead of being seen as something, as a rite of passage or a ghost or something evil, you can see it as the historical figure. You can see it as the person. And when you think about where you see things in pop culture, you can understand that they always come from some sort of local legend, from some small, weird little county in Kentucky, or whatever county you guys are from. So that's about all I have. I have about 5 minutes. So if anybody, I kind of like to ask if anybody has their own little local legend or a ghost story that they'd like to share. It's okay. Not everybody's the telling. Yes.
Now, are there all these paranormal groups, or are people going out and trying to collect evidence of
So we do not let people out by the witch's grave just because it's on private land and the landowners don't want people getting lost in the middle of the night or falling. And then there's always in the summertime rattlesnakes around her grave and in the creek. So yes, there have been paranormal groups and things that have gone out and documented it, but it's not a place that we actively encourage people to go to, since it is on a private land.
So is there the investigations that have been done, is there evidence that is available? And do I detect things, or is it just anecdotal incidents that people are allowed to go see?
Well, they did a movie in 2016 that the filmmaker will show a lot of evidence, because they did try to film. They legitimately tried to film at her grave. They had permission from the landowners and stuff, and absolutely was not able to use their equipment. There is a ghost. There was a ghost hunting group that went with them and did some EVPs and things like that. But that's the only ones I know of right off the bat, because the problem is that it's a place that people like to quote unquote sneak onto. So they don't want to know that they've been there. It's kind of like, yeah, there's a lot of evidence in Waverly, but if you went before ghost hunters, you went before that, it was just a bunch of people that had snuck in over the years. So it's not a place that's open to the public, and it's not investigated because the people that own it just don't want people getting hurt out there. It's not like it's somewhere that's close to a road. It's a back road that you drive to a creek and then you walk 2 miles up a creek in. So, but there has been, the filmmaker does have quite a bit of weird things and equipment failures and things like that. And there was a paranormal investigative group with them, but they are the only ones that I know of that have been actually granted permission from the landowners. There is a 1970 something article that talks about it in the Courier Journal too, through Louisville. And then I did find also like old copies of the Meade County Messenger that talks about it. And I can kind of see like the pageantry of the story and how it came about. And we have the equipment failures in 1991, but otherwise it's mostly anecdotal stuff that people have told to each other for a very long time. The only thing that I can say is the story has remained consistent. It hasn't gone through like the telephone stage. The way she's seen and the places she's at has remained entirely consistent, and especially before mass media. So it's not that one person said, well, I saw that old witch and she was up there with a cat. No, she always looks exactly the same. She always appears in the same spot. She never does anything to harm anybody. She just kind of scares them. But wouldn't you, if you're just hanging out and somebody walks up on you? All right, guys. Well, I have about 5 minutes left. I appreciate you coming in. I honestly didn't think anybody was going to come in because of Clive Barker. So I really appreciate you all. So thank you all so much. And I have a couple little stickers if anybody would like one. So thank you very much. You go right ahead. And also, if I don't have enough stickers, come see me at my booth. I've got a bunch at my booth.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys coming in. All right, I'll have to, if y'all swing by my booth, I have more at my booth. We're right there inside the doors. But thank you all. I appreciate it. I left my purse. I got all the rest of the food stuff. Whoops. I was hoping nobody was going. I was like, I'm gonna pop in.
They wrapped it up early? Okay. Sorry, I was out helping with some of the other stuff, because it's all kind of crazy, because the guy who's running the panels, Joe, he was up here setting up tickets, because the ticketing system right now is screwed up. Well, my wife said her best friend, her best friend's a severe order too, and she got sunburned standing in line. So that's a cluster. And of all the things that go wrong, ticking is one of those things that you absolutely cannot have go wrong. So we got, so we got 30 minutes, 25 minutes. If I didn't know I'm working a meeting down here, I'm going to get food, because I need some breakfast. There's at least a couple more. Maybe 2 or 3 more. Because I know the panels, there's stuff going on the other one for a while. If you want to go eat, that's fine. I'll be here. I'm good. Okay, we've got one at 6:30. It's the Mary Luck Tales, which is Curse. Catherine Hale Stringfield. 7:30 is Fiji Game Lock. Jason Cloud. And then that's it. And then it starts again at 11:30 in the morning. 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30. 6:30 is the last, well, the last panel's over at 7:30 tomorrow. Tell their experience collecting memorabilia or the buying and selling of true crime related artifacts. Yeah, it's right around here. I mean, you go in the room and meet him? Yeah, it's right around, it's actually back down that way, I think, but yeah. Well, there's a line there, but yeah, because the room is right over here, but it's kind of, I think it lines out the middle of the hallway there, so. Yep, it's on this level. Let's see, Sunday, 11:30. 12:30. 1:30. Is your dad doing 1:30 on Sunday? That's what I was thinking. Shadows of Legend. Is he going to record it for his podcast? Yeah, makes sense. So he's at 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. We got a full day here on Sunday too, because the last was over 4:30. Who Wes asked you that? If you want to catch a break, take off.
Yeah, I just don't know what I'm gonna be doing.
Yeah. I think moving that forward helped a little bit. Yeah, I'll be okay. I've got 2 separate pages for Scarefest, one for the master schedule, one for the seminar schedule. I'm glad we don't have one at 8:30, so Jason and Bob wraps up fast that we can take off.
If you're the speaker, they want you in there. Your speaker's out here.
Okay.
Yeah. Really?
Come on in.
Hi.
Welcome. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, you guys.
How are you?
That's supposed to know how to run this stuff. Sounds funny.
This will be streaming
Okay.
on the YouTube page for Scarefest. So.
Oh. So even if nobody's here, I can still talk to somebody.
Yep.
Bring my people here.
There, you can put them back there somewhere, just put them on the floor.
What do you need? Do you need anything else for right now, or?
I just have a presentation to pull up on my laptop for on there, I guess.
We got the projector, but I don't know.
I bought
About
a cable.
HDMI? Work. It's not long though.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be a similar situation.
Mm.
Let's see. I guess we can scoot that
Well,
up a
can we
little
scoot
bit.
it up?
Yeah, I can scoot this up a little.
Do you want me to just stand here with the laptop and then we hook it up here and I control it from here? Is
Yeah.
that easier?
That's
Yes,
if that's okay. Yeah, you can do that.
That's my
Biggest
husband's
laptop
spot.
I've ever seen.
Well, I like to be able to see my stuff.
The HDMI portion is,
That's, I'll be better if you sit on the other row.
Yeah, we can. We'll move over here.
Yeah. The battery good on it.
Yes, good.
Okay. How do I put it in present mode? How do I present it?
you've got a screen, so. Is it PowerPoint?
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's Canva.
But it's through Canva, there's a button that says present. That's on.
So usually there's like a slideshow format that it'll,
Yeah, it's fine.
I had it on there, right there it is.
you may need to do an extended view instead of a duplicate view. I don't know.
There it is.
There we go.
This laptop's so big.
Well, don't cross your leg.
Yeah, you're not giving it a place to bounce.
Sit closer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's a pretty photo. I like the colors and such.
Oh, yeah.
Painting, whatever.
I grew up in the mountains and I used to always say this time of year it looked like it was Fruity Pebbles.
Yep.
Mhm.
I love driving through the mountains in the fall.
It's always the best
Where are you
time.
from?
Floyd County, Prestonsburg area.
My wife's family's from, some of them from Paintsville,
Uh-huh.
and then the others are from Ashland, so.
Okay.
That's it.
We used to always go to Ashland a lot, go to the Huntington Mall, we go that way. It was like, yes. Give you the shoe.
Yes, shoot, it's time to go to the.
Moving on. There we go. Yeah, the little town I actually grew up in is called Auction, and it's like between Paintsville and Prestonsburg. A little coal mining town.
There are a lot of those in eastern Kentucky, though. You still live there? Or?
No, I live in Berea now. Big city.
Yep.
Big city of Berea. Moving on up from Little Orchard.
Some towns, you blink, you're out.
Oh. Absolutely. You ever been to Paint Lick?
Yep.
That's really one of those towns you blink and you miss it.
Said that's her line.
Come sit with us. He said you stay.
I'm staying. Shower, like,
Stay low. Make some jokes, I think.
Competition is a little stiff right now for stuff going on because Clyde Barker's right next door.
I know.
And then there's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre panel going on, and they got 3 of the Leatherfaces.
Yeah.
Stealing my thunder, aren't they?
All of them.
Stealing all of the thunder.
That's pretty neat that all here.
Heck yeah. And I was going to say, yeah, I presented next to Clyde Barker over there.
Apparently, he's not going to be doing any more public appearances.
That's what I heard. It says
I mean, like 1 or 2, and that's it.
Yeah.
Is he getting up there in age?
He's in his 70s, I guess. Because they set up a gallery for him over here.
Really?
What amounts to, yeah, and, if you go in, you gotta wear a mask. So, if you don't wear it, you won't let you wear it.
Wow.
But they're providing them, so.
Well, I mean, there's still sickness everywhere you go. What?
That looks like you're sort of upstage.
That's good. Take off today.
Yeah, I was just off for
Just off.
Friday.
Yeah.
Back tomorrow. Get 2 mother grandkids.
How are you? That'd be good.
One's our 8. We got Michael Myers. Sure. So far, hopefully we find.
Still love it.
Let's talk to her. She's new. Hopefully we find.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Perfect age, 8 years old, start saying.
Do what? Just whenever you want me to start, just.
Yeah, if you want to start now, you're certainly welcome to. Welcome, Catherine Hale Stringfield, and your discussion on the Mary Luck Tales, which is Curse.
Hello, I'm Catherine Hill Stringfield, author of The Mary Luck Tales, Witch's Curse. It's the first installation of a trilogy that I wrote. Book 2 came out, I finished it this summer. Hopefully it'll be out by Christmas. During the research for that book, I have researched into all kinds of superstitions, folklore, mythology, everything surrounding Appalachian horror. This is a picture of what it looks like in my home state, in my home county of Floyd County, Kentucky, right now. A little bit of background. Appalachian Mountains are one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world, settled largely by the Scots, Irish, English, Dutch, and Germans. These people came to America. They were usually given a choice to either suffer as a war criminal or, religious persecution. So they were given a choice to come here and start a new life. And most of them did. And with them came their customs and their distinct culture that they had. Next page. The Witchfinder General was a big reason why these people fled their home country. In the 1500s, Mary Queen of Scots took out all of her anguish against being taken from being a Catholic. She wanted all witches burned at the stake, The Witchfinder General killed between 1500 and 1660 around 80,000 men and women. So I can guarantee that probably almost all of those were not witches, or not actually powerful witches, or else they'd have gotten out of it. The execution methods they used were, they ranged from hangings to burning at the stake. And if you confessed to witchcraft, they would strangle you. They'd give you that courtesy. That way you didn't have to burn alive. However, if you decided you were not going to confess, you got burnt alive. And some of the reasons they didn't want to confess, especially like in fast forward and come over to America during the Salem witch trials, if you own property, if you confessed to being a witch, your family lost all rights to that property. Giles Corey was one of the ones, he was the one man that was accused in Salem that was pressed to death. And they kept just adding weight to him. It took him like 3 days to die. And the reason they did that was like, they're like, confess and well, you can live, confess, you can live. And he'd say, more weight. He's like, I'm not giving you my land. I have sons, I have a wife. He wasn't going to give up his property. So that was one of the reasons why people did not confess. However, some of the torture devices they used there were just atrocious. Thumb screws. I mean, they had this thing called Scottish boot, and it was like a metal boot they would put on your foot, and they would twist the screws, just basically crush your foot. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a very big pain threshold, so I would not have lasted long. I probably would have confessed to about anything at that point. And probably one of the worst ways was the sleep deprivation, because after you've gone without sleep for so long, you do start to hallucinate. And I do think that those people actually probably saw themselves, they told you're a witch, over and over and over, been sleep deprived, you're going to confess because you probably think you are a witch at that point. So a lot of those people had that kind of torture done to them, and it was very, very unjust. And then when they came to America, you still kind of got that same, persecution if you weren't a Puritan or a Quaker and you didn't follow the church exactly the way that they wanted you to. The least little thing was seen as, you were under the spell of the devil. And they used this a lot, like during the Salem witch trials especially, because that was a mass hysteria. But they saw this as a way also of getting rid of people in the community that maybe wasn't pulling their weight. Maybe you were an elderly woman that had never married, and you were having to rely on the kindness of the town to keep you up. And if you didn't, this person was going to suffer either way. So good way to get rid of these people were like, oh, well, I think she made, Mercy Good's cow die the other day. So sometimes that was like a good way of just getting rid of those people and undesirables in the community. Go ahead, Maddie. Again, Salem witch trials. From 1602 to 1692, English law was the one that they used. This was a big reason why the witch trials of 1692 got so out of hand. Prior to that year, the law was you couldn't use spectral evidence as a reason to say that somebody was a witch. And that's how they would be like, I saw, Goody Good's spectral image. She came to me and she's pinching me. You know how you've seen those movies where the girls would scream and, oh, she's pinching me, or she's this or that. And that was called a spectral vision. And if you were visited by a witch in her spectral form, that was considered not proof. But in 1692 and 1693, they had changed the charter law from English law to the new colony law, and they included that. So that's why so many people were killed during the Salem witch trials, because of the use of that rule, which after, I think there was 20 left at the end of 1692 that were still in prison. And at that time, they abolished that law again, and pretty much everybody that was still in prison got released. Okay, so yeah, these are the ways that they would murder you, basically. Death by fire, which I said, they could strangle you and make it easier for you, or you could just be burned alive. Death by drowning. Now, this was the one that was like, to me, the most outlandish. If you were put into a pond, if you floated, then you were a witch, and they burned you as a witch. But if you sank, then you were not a witch, but you still died. It was kind of like, what? And they would put rocks and tie you down so that you wouldn't float. And so it was kind of like either way, if you got that, it was like, no, you're not going to, do you want to die a witch or not a witch? That was your choice to pick from. So imprisonment, a lot of people died in prison because, these towns were not built to house that many people. They didn't have the food or the resources. Most of them froze to death, or they got some kind of disease, probably from rats and, other just nastiness going on in the prisons. And then torture, like I said, and then hanging, the good old trusty hanging. A lot of the witches in Salem were hanged. I think all of them were hanged. None of them were burned. But then, of course, you had Giles Corey that was pressed to death, which I think was just horrendous. And I don't know if they did that just because he was a man and he held property, or not really sure what the excuse for that was. Now, the granny witches of the Appalachian Mountains were not looked upon as bad as the Quakers and the Puritans did in New England. Most of them were healers. They were, they came from Scotland and Ireland, and they were taught and handed down these, remedies from time out of mind. I mean, it was just something that they were somebody in their family. It was handed down to that person. How we hand down our chicken and dumpling recipe. They got handed down, ways to heal this and heal that. Most of them were the midwives of the town. They would come in and, somebody was, having trouble, or there was a breech birth or anything like that. I mean, there were special granny wives that you called in for that. They were considered wise women also. I mean, sometimes not just in their healing ways, but sometimes they would counsel, like a young bride and groom. Sometimes they would be having trouble after their first year, or maybe they were having trouble conceiving a child or something like that, and that they were asked to come in and just kind of serve as a wise woman. And they were weather readers. Okay. Most of the people have heard all these things about the weather, right? Some of the best ones that I read up on when I was doing this today was talking about a woolly worm. A woolly worm, a solid black woolly worm, is a portent of a bad winter. If it has a amber stripe in the middle, it's going to be pretty much a mild winter. And they said that my research today has said it had 80% accuracy. That one weather thing did. However many fogs that you have in the morning in August is how many snowfalls that you will have that winter. Most things deal with winter because in these days, when these were around, this was the main concern. It was like you worked all summer to raise a crop to be able to bring it in and then have enough to last you through that winter. And so you wanted to know, how long is this winter going to be? Is it going to be a bad winter? Is it going to be, we've had winters here before where we've had ice storms and blizzards and it's been 10 below zero. And then other winters we might have one snow and early spring comes in March. Just never know about Kentucky. We are like that for sure. Okay, herbal remedies. Lots of plants, and they are local to our Native American hills in Kentucky, especially. Is the bay leaves have one of the biggest uses for healing. And another one that really surprised me, is supposed to be the king of all plants, is a basil plant. And basil can heal all kinds of sores or anything like that. Like if you get a cut or anything that you might want to keep from getting infected, if you put bay leaves around it or basil, or if you made just a whole bouquet of that, just to keep it in your house, it was supposed to be good. It's very fragrant plant. Also teas, peppermint tea is good for upset stomach, ginger, ginseng, those kind of things that are found in the mountains. Let's see, there's chamomile tea. And then what was the other one, do you think? Real quick. Okay, I said peppermint, right? Okay, gotcha. salves and poultices. Now, those things can be made of different things. A lot of the granny witches, in order to get a poultice, so that would be something that there would be something thick, like a salve, but a little bit thicker, and they would use grease, probably rendered fat from the slaughtered hog that they had made. Those things were kept, and anything that you mixed with that grease would make a poultice, and that would be held on with a bandage. A salve would probably be on something that was an open wound that you didn't want to cover up, and the kind of the same properties with that. Tinctures are things that are like made, that are cooked down. So like you would make a certain group of herbs that would make a certain oil to it. A lot of oils are in tinctures, and that's something that if you had a dropper or something to use that, you would put it under the tongue or somewhere like that. Next, Patty. Thank you. Okay, so Appalachian creatures. These are just a few of the ones that I've heard of growing up. I mean, not all of them are something that was, native to where I grew up, but I think everywhere in America there's a Bigfoot. I think we can all agree that there's a Bigfoot somewhere, that we've all heard tale of a tall, 7 foot tall, hairy beast man that runs around peeping in windows or whatever. It's like, where does Bigfoot come from? Why do we have to? We see him everywhere. You see him in every literature, as far back as you can look in American folklore. He has been there. He's like a steady. So it almost begs the question, is he real or is he not? I personally have never seen a Bigfoot. I kind of like to, just, from afar. I don't want to be up close to any kind of Bigfoot. A wampus cat. Now, wampus cat is a woman mixed with a cat that is feral. And a wampus cat is supposed to have one of the most blood-curdling screams you will ever hear. It's just turns your blood cold to hear it. And a lot of times growing up in the mountains, we would hear bobcats like that, and they would scream. And I remember my mom would be like, Lord, that sounds like a woman screaming. And so a lot of times that gets confused with the wampus cat. And Mothman was coined, that phrase, I think, out in West Virginia. But, there's been sightings of him everywhere. All kinds of people, even into eastern Kentucky where I grew up. We were close to West Virginia. And I remember our news when I was a kid, they were now and then, they would talk about the Mothman. It would be on WSAZ or out of Huntington. A werecat or a werewolf or any were animal to that end. A werecat, I speak about in my book. I made up a creature called a werecat, and the werewolf, of course, we all know about that. But the werecat's different because it was half cat, half man. And where a wampus cat is a woman, the werecat is a man. And so, in my book, I fictionalized him as a person that was a Scottish traveler or a gypsy. They called them gypsies. They called them Scottish travelers in eastern Kentucky back around 1850-ish when they did migrate over. And so I had it to where, he had the curse. It was a gypsy curse. So anyway, that kind of lines up with a lot of the stuff that I researched about those kind of people, the were people. Goat man, there's several goat men. There's the one in Pope Lick up here in Jefferson County. I think it's Jefferson County, where the train trestle is. I'm sorry. People dare you to go out on the train trestle. You're going to see the goat man. In East Bernstadt in Laurel County, they have Caleb, which is a goat man also. So I think that's kind of a generalized thing, a goat man, because the old satanic pictures of, the devil, he's cloven hooved, he has horns on his head, he resembles a goat. And so I think a lot of times if you're trying to scare kids when they're little, that's a scary thing to imagine, and, as a goat man. And supposedly in the caves in East Bernstadt, there's a cave that goes through with a train. Again, a train. I don't know. I guess the goat people like the trains. I don't know. But that's the one that Caleb supposedly hangs out around. And there's been many, many sightings of him there. A cave haint or a river haint, that can be about just about anything. My papa used to always tell me about haints that lived up on the hill and in Sugar Bowl Cave. And I mean, I think again, that was things to keep us away from those places. You know, if I was scared of it, I wasn't going to go play in a cave that was dangerous. And I think 10 years ago, that cave that I'm speaking of, it actually slid off the mountain. So it was probably a good thing that we didn't play up there as much as we did. And then the river hanks or creeks, anytime there's water, there's always some kind of hank. You know, it could be a baby that drowned in the water, or a mother that drowned her baby, or there was a pond across from our hill called Mary Luck. That's the name of my book. But there was a pond there that a little boy drowned in when I was 4. And I remember it. I remember it was just a terrible, terrible thing. He fell out of a boat and couldn't swim. And there was a barbed wire in the bottom of the pond to keep animals out. It was for like the cattle, and he got tangled up in it. And so he drowned. And so that was like something that always stayed with me, like all through childhood. You know, it was like, don't go play in that, you know, and it was a deterrent for sure for me. Go ahead. Okay, so there's been kind of a pop culture revival with Appalachian horror. My daughter, bless her heart, when I first started going out and promoting my book, I would always say Eastern Kentucky mountains, and she's like, Mom, start using Appalachian horror. And she's like, and it was a totally different vibe of people that I got that, you know, were interested, because it was the younger kids. And on TikTok, it's very popular to do all of the things you don't do in the woods. You don't whistle. If you hear your name, no, you didn't, you know, or if you see a light, don't follow it. You know, don't go out by yourself after dark in the Appalachian Mountains. I mean, I lived there till I was 25 years old, and I never went out by myself just because I was a big chicken mainly, but also it's not safe. It really isn't. There's all kinds of creatures out there, real and unreal. Now, the hillbilly stereotypes. That's the thing, is like when you watch these movies like Wrong Turn or Deliverance, if we want to go way back and look at these things, you know, all of the people in the mountains are just depicted as these, you know, ignorant, inbred, you know, people that are just cannibals in some instances, or, you know, they have 2 teeth in their head, or they're just, you know, very uneducated, pregnant at 12, you know, and just that's it. But that is so totally different than what the reality is. I mean, when I was in high school, 48 Hours did a special on Eastern Kentucky, and they came to town and they were like, we want to see the kids that come to school with no shoes on. And they were like, we don't have kids that come with no shoes on. They're like, you know, what is up with this? What is wrong with you? So anyway, that's just a big, big stereotype. And I hate that. I mean, it's but you can't do anything about it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you know, unless you come and visit our beautiful state and see what we really have, you know, you're never going to understand. So I wanted to share with you all my true ghost story. It's the basis of my book. It happened when I was 13 years old in 1984. So I'm telling how old I am. So I grew up in a really small town called Oxshire, which in my book I call that place Mary Luck, and that was the name of the mine and of the pond where that little boy had drowned. So anyway, in 1983, that Christmas before, I guess that would have been, it was in 83, Christmas of 83, my aunt bought me a Ouija board for Christmas. Before you think, oh wow, Milton Bradley or Parker Brothers or one of them had a version of a Ouija board that came, you know, you bought it at the Walmart or Hex or wherever. And I'm sure my aunt just went in there and she grabbed, you know, games and just wrapped them up and gave them to all the nieces and nephews. And I just happened to get that one. And I remember my mama throwing a fit because my mama was Pentecostal and spoke in tongues. And she did not like it. And I was like, what's the big deal? It's like, it's a game that don't work, you know? I mean, I was just very upset with it at first until I saw the movie Witchboard. And then through the glory of movies and, you know, pop culture, I figured out what a Ouija board was. And so my best friend and I decided we were going to get good at working this Ouija board, and we were going to all the slumber parties. And for us, it was like we were telling fortunes. You know, basically people would ask questions and we would answer for them. And so this went on for a while. And so that was Christmas. And then that summer before my 8th grade year, I just turned 13, and my best friend, again, has this crush on this boy. And she's like, we need to impress him with something. You know, maybe we can play the Ouija board and maybe make him think, you know, that, you know, we'll have it tell him he likes me or something, you know, girls 13 years old, that's what you do. So anyway, we invited him up to my house, and it was in the middle of the day in July. I mean, it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're on the carport at my house, and my mom's inside cooking supper, and we're the only ones out there. So we've got the Ouija board, and me and my best friend are just, conjuring up all of our best little ways of, impressing this boy. Well, he's not having it. He's like, nope, y'all are moving that. It's not true. This is not, no. And I'm like, okay. I was like, I dare you to go up on the graveyard and have a seance. And he was like, what's that? He's like, I'm not buying that either. And I'm like, oh, okay. I said, so you're chicken. So that's all you had to say, Tell him he's chicken. He's going to go do whatever you want. So he's like, what do you have to do? And I said, well, we're going to go up on the graveyard behind my house. And I lived in the head of the holler, in Shotgun Holler, mind you. And if you're in the head of the holler, your house is the last one. And the mountain comes around you like a U shape. And so we were in the middle, we go straight up, and there's this big open field, and that's where my cemetery was. But there was like woods on each side and above. So there was these paths that came out all the way around. So we go up there, and I'm like, all right, we're going to try to bring back that little boy that drowned in the pond, because I was like, that's perfect. He's buried up here. He died right over there. We're going to scare him good with this. Because this time he'd made me mad. He's done called into question, my clout with my Ouija board. So we grab their hands, and we're sitting there, and I'm like, oh, spirits, if you're with us, bring back the spirit of the little Hubbard boy. I'm like, okay. So we're sitting there, and I'm like, if you're with us, give us a sign, and I'm hamming it up, really good. And we're sitting there, of course, nothing happens. And I'm trying to think of a way to make him think something's happening, even though it's not, right? So he's like, let's go over hands. He's like, this is just as stupid as the Ouija board, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right. So I grabbed his hand and my best friend's hand. And I'm like, any spirit that wants to come back, come back. And about that time, the wind started blowing. And I don't know if it started blowing because of what I said, what have you. So the wind starts blowing, and where it was so hot, I don't know, I guess it was like we were sweating. And so when the wind started blowing, it made goosebumps, come up. And it was like, plus I heard singing, and it was like, what is that? And it was like, just that, just kind of sing-songy. And it was like, where is that coming from? Where is that? And like I said, it was really wooded on every side of us from where we were at. And I remember looking across straight from me, and there was a movement coming. And I was like, what is that? And it was like we all three saw it at the same time, and it was like something's coming. And I just asked for a sign, and oh my God, So it was like we all three stood up, and we were standing there, and it just kept coming. And I was like, what is it? It was like I couldn't breathe. It was all of a sudden I was just scared to death. And probably from here to the back room, maybe not even that far, is where we could see where they were coming out. And there was these 3 little kids, and they looked as real as you all do sitting here. They weren't see-through or anything like that, but they just looked wrong. Everything about them was wrong. I mean, their clothes were wrong. I mean, they looked like they were from like the 40s or 50s. They had like their pant legs rolled up real thick like you would then. I mean, this is 1984. Nobody wore stuff like that. The one in the back was pulling a red radio flyer wagon up on top of a mountain. And there was 13 people in my 8th grade class. We knew every kid in town, and I'd never seen these kids before, ever. And the clincher of it all was when they got out to where we could see them, it was like we were all just like staring, with these big wide eyes. And the little boy in the front goes, there they are, and pointed at us. We succeeded in scaring that boy to death. He was gone. He was boom. He was out the door. See you later. Talk to you never. Oh yeah, gone. And so it took me and my friend a minute to get our, senses to us. And then we started running too. We're like, what are we doing standing here? It's like, let's go. And so we start running. And before we get to go down the hill, my friend was like, wait a minute, let's see who they are. And I was like, you can ask them. I'm done. I'm out. And she's like, hey, who are you? And the little boy in the front turned around, and he's like, just the most evil laugh I've ever heard. Hope I never hear it again. And they turned around and they started singing again, and they walked on around the hill the other way. Never saw them again. Thank God. But I mean, I ran home as fast as I could go, and I mean, just bawling, crying. I mean, busted in the back door. My mom was like, "What is going on?" And I start telling her. She's like, "You're making that up." And I'm like, "Look at my face. Do I look like I'm making this up?" And she's like, "That's what you get for playing with the Ouija board. You know, you need to take it and put it in the burn barrel and set it on fire and all this stuff, you know," which I found out later on. You're never supposed to not close out a seance. You're never supposed to burn a Ouija board, you know. So I did everything you weren't supposed to do, you know, absolutely. Of course, this is, you know, 1984. We didn't have the social media stuff that you guys have now and Google in our palm. So we were just kind of going by what everybody else told us. And so after that, I mean, I didn't see them again, but I did have a thing that winter was really bad. I guess there was a solid black woolly worm that year because it snowed. We got out for Christmas and we didn't go back until Valentine's Day. And I remember we'd always go sleigh riding every day, and we'd had a big snowfall that night. And I got up and the snow was all crisp and even. And it was like, okay, this is so pretty. And so I go outside and I was just enjoying the view, you know, and I look and there's footprints coming off the cemetery, and they land and stop in front of my bedroom window, and there's none going back. They just came down and stopped right there. And so I was like, okay. So I did some research as I got older, you know, because this is the story that never left me ever. I mean, I can't explain it to this day. And I don't tell people this is what happened. These are the facts, you know, make of it what you will. You know, I mean, could it have just been coincidence that these 3 kids showed up and said, there they are, and a bunch of 13-year-olds run over for 5-year-olds? You know, yes, that's a possibility. Yes, that could have truly happened. It really could have. But then I've always looked at it a different way. Jenny Wiley State Park was right across the river from me. And when they made Dewey Lake, it was a man-made lake, and they made it in the 40s with the 3 Cs, the Conservation Act. And so whenever they made this lake, they had to remove all of these cemeteries. And the government came and took the land on top of the hill behind my house. And it was called the Government Relocation Cemetery. And so that's where all of the bodies from over there got put. And then I learned later on that, you know, from other places and other things that, you know, if you move a body, you know, it's usually not going to be happy about it. And so I always tried to make myself feel better by saying, oh, I just turned them loose. I let them go back home. You know, I did a good thing. Maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, that was probably the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I hope it is the scariest thing. I've actually been able to write a book about it. It took me till I was 50, but I did it. And it's like, there it is. In the book, I tell it exactly like I just told you guys. So I just weaved all of my other fictional characters in there with those true ones. So I like to have a little bit of nugget of truth in scary stuff, or to me, it just doesn't work. And most legends and myths and things like that, folklore, it's all steeped in some kind of truth. As you know, that's the most of what I have found doing research on all of this stuff. There's the witch's familiar. A lot of times witches were accused of having familiars, and usually it was a cat for whatever reason. I mean, most people had cats back then. You know, they were good for, you know, chasing the mice away and, you know, helping around the farm with stuff like that. Trying to think what else I want to say. Even like on watered down versions like Sabrina, you know, she has her, you know, her cat on there. Go ahead. The burial customs. There's a lot of these, a lot of things that are brought back from Scotland and Ireland and England to Appalachia for the burials. When somebody died, the first thing that happened was, you know, they would toll the bell. And it would be told for however, like I'm 53, so it would be told 53 times. And people sometimes would count and they would be like, well, that was 95 times. That has to be old man Brown. You know, it has to be, you know, there's nobody else that old. So a lot of times it also told people like who it was, you know, that died, you know, because you had a really small, tight knit community, then you knew, you know, how old everybody was. Another thing with that is like with that a notice would sometimes go out, either in the storefronts or in the newspaper if they had one, telling, when the funeral was, what time and that kind of thing, so that everybody would have time to get there. So the first things that happened, like say it was somebody, your next door neighbor that passed away. The women folk were called in these days. There were no funeral homes really. There were very few and far between, and usually, embalming was not even something that they would have, wanted to have done to them, even if it was available. So the women folk were called in first. They would wash the body, and they would use a camphor rag to put on the skin, put the camphor on there to keep you from discoloring. Because sometimes it would take a day or two to get everybody there, especially if you had to come from another town, you were on horseback or whatever. So then the next thing, they would dress the body in your finest clothes, and then they would tie you to, it was called laying you out. So they put you on either planks of wood or an old door, and they would put that on your dining room table. And they would tie you down to it, because sometimes in the decomposition of your body, you're going to swell, or you're going to, other things are going to happen to cause you to fall off of that. So they would tie you down. They put silver on your lids to keep your eyes. And if you died with your mouth open, they would close your jaw, and they would have to sometimes tie it down with a handkerchief or, a piece of rope or whatever. So that kind of looks ghastly if you think about that. You got silver on your eyes, you've got this thing tied around your head, and you're tied down to this old door, so it's kind of disturbing, just that vision of it. And if it was warmer weather, they always tried to get that going as soon as possible, and they would use a lot of cut flowers and herbs to place around the body to mask the scent of death, because they would usually raise the windows in the house, and they didn't want that scent going out to draw animals. Because sometimes, especially if you lived out in the country, that smell gets going. I mean, you're going to have critters coming from all around. Another one of the things with the laying out of the body is they would put a netting over you that would help with insects or rodents that got in the house or anything like that. And then we call it a wake for a reason. Most of the time, if you were invited over to the house, if you were a close relative or a neighbor, there was those people that volunteered to sit up with the body, and you would sit up to keep it from getting disturbed. And also it was a good time to reminisce about your loved one or your friend or whoever. And then they would also sing songs. There was like these one-lined hymns that had like a refrain to it, and they would sing those a lot of times, and that just kept people from falling asleep, really. And then, you would have the local carpenter come by and measure the body to make the coffin or the box, whatever you got buried in. Some of the ladies in town sometimes would sew a shroud around you for you to be buried in. Some people, they put like batting, like you would make like a quilt with batting, and they would put a quilt inside. After that, the superstitions come in. Of course, there's going to be superstitions. So if you were going to be, your wake is at your house, you would always be removed from that house feet first. And the reason being, they said if you went out head first, you were able to look back. And they're like, if you looked back, you might want to take somebody with you. So people were very superstitious about death, very superstitious. There's all kinds of death superstitions. But that was the main one with like laying out a body. And also you wanted to be buried on top of the hill to keep from like rain and stuff like that from settling in you. If you were down low somewhere, it was not like Louisiana, for example. But, back home, there's so many mountains, everybody's buried up on the side of the hill. I mean, everybody I know it is anyway. And then you wanted to be facing east, and you wanted to face east so that when the Lord came back, you were ready to rise and go with him. That's how they were seen back then. Superstitions. See what's next, Betty. Yarn spinning. I have a group of men in my story called the Yarn Spinners, and they're these old men that sit around and tell stories, and they used to call it spinning yarns. And I happen to be blessed by having my grandfather being one of the best yarn spinners ever. And then I had a teacher in elementary school, which we went kindergarten through 8th grade at the same school. We had one teacher all day long. I mean, my school was built in 1927, There was a cloakroom we didn't have lockers. We had a cloakroom, wooden floors. I mean, it was very much like being in a time machine when you walked into that school. But anyway, my 7th and 8th grade teacher, both years, was Jack Music, and he was one of the best storytellers ever. I remember the stories he told me. I felt like I grew up in the 40s because of the stories he told us, and it was such a good lesson. I mean, the kids would be like, get him talking and make him ask him about this or ask him about that, and he would tell us these stories that were great. Loved them, all of them. Go ahead. That's my book, The Mary Lake Tales, Witch's Curse. Book 2 should be out by Christmas, I hope. And then these are just some pictures. This is the Kentucky coal miner. I mean, my papa mined in the coal with Loretta Lynn's daddy in Van Lear. I mean, it doesn't get much more country than that right there. Grew up in Shotgun Holler. There's many names for all kinds of hollers back there, but that was one of my favorites. It used to be on my driver's license. It was fantastic. So go ahead. The Moonshiner. My papa was a moonshiner. Got stories about that too. A lot of the things people turned to moonshining during the Great Depression because there was no work, there was no money ever. And according to my papa, he got the revenue man came, just like in the songs of Copperhead Road. But when they came, he was out selling one of the local sheriffs. And so he told the revenue man where to go get my grandpa. And so he got sent, or actually he got arrested, but his dad, my great-grandfather, took the fall for it and got sent to the chain gang in Georgia to build roads in the 30s. So, oh, brother, where art thou has a new meaning for me. Just when you think about it, I mean, just how horrible that had to have been, you know. But my great-grandfather was like, he thought my papa was too young. He goes, you don't need to go for that, you know, whatever. So while he's off to the pen in Georgia, they discovered coal on our land in Martin County. And my great-grandmother was illiterate, like most people in her situation. And they gave her $200 and they took her land. And it was the Great Depression and her man was gone. And so they had to eat. And so she didn't know better. She didn't know to ask for mineral rights. And so a lot of people got done that way. So my character, Baby Annie, she's a bad witch in my book, but that's what gets done to her. And that has a little kernel of truth. And I'm not the only one. That happened all over the place to a lot of people. And that's what the steel looks like. Go ahead. And that's just what one of the old home places would have looked like. My papa said that when he was growing up in the Great Depression that they had holes in the walls big enough to throw a dog through. That was his exact example. And then yard spinning. Does anybody have any questions? Or anybody? See, these are the fancy graveyards. They've got tombstones. Which, I mean, there are those. But a lot of them were just marked with an old wooden cross or whatever. But does anybody have any thoughts or comments or suggestions? No? Well, thank you for listening to me, and check out my book if you're interested. I'd love to hear from y'all. Thank you. Is that yours?
No, they used this one.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Are you doing your book in here or out there?
Still not there.
Yeah, I know, right? We got time. What time is it?
You got plenty of time for the next one. 7:04.
All right.
Put it there then.
I'm supposed to be out at 7:15.
Okay. Let's go
Yeah,
something.
probably should go in now.
I moved the stove around in the garage this yesterday.
I think wood burner, it's not tripping me up.
Where you think you're going to
I think she's doing out here.
Yeah.
Up here on the side where these tables.
Mm.
Thank you all. This is very interesting.
Yeah. Practice, don't
Yeah.
Hey, so the one, the 6:30 one, I just did, do you want me to go ahead and turn this off since the other one is very separate? Yeah, I think it's on YouTube. Okay. Thank you.
Are you hungry? Go out and get some food, because they're running errands for that now. They bring it back like a sack lunch, you know. I think the streaming is done.
I just called him and he said, just go ahead and let it run and then he's gonna be down
Okay,
here.
because there's one more here tonight, and that's the demonic possession.
He said, she finished hers, so.
She got started a little bit early though.
So she went and did outside.
Well, when there's hardly anybody here, I mean, if there were 30 people in here, it would take longer, because people would ask some questions and all that kind of stuff. But since there's not much room in here, no one's staying in line for Clive or going to see the two panels, because the other was Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the Fright Night panels going on right now, so. It is. And then you got the music coming out of the movie thing, so. Yeah, it is. But it's just the nature of the beast. So there was right when things were kind of reopened after COVID, Lex Live was actually letting one of their short films over there. Yeah, some people actually get to see their stuff on a big screen, which you thought a filmmaker, oh my God, that's awesome. Well, I think Lex Live, well, right after COVID, everybody was still nervous about going out and all that kind of stuff, but that's not a problem anymore, so. Yeah, here, I think 11:30 is when we start, when seminar starts, so. You working tomorrow? They've showed people around a lot, just because they ran into some challenges with the ticketing system and all that stuff, so. I don't know if they're still are now. But, I don't know if they're still are. I heard they lost the movement, but they were behind. People were not happy about it. I mean, I can't blame them.
And it keeps going to football, so. What do you got in here right now?
Nothing right now. The next one's gonna be at, 7:30, I guess. There's one at 7:30 to 8:30.
Okay, all right.
Look at the door first. Yep, there's somebody in there. All right,
Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Do you know what, he was gonna be there? I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Seriously, you want a sandwich? We got some right out here for us.
Ooh, nice.
Alright, if you're looking for his, it's lining up right up here on his feet. Wait.
Is your last call. As is presented, in the Harris Photo Hastings Zoo Walking Sport and Castle. This is your last call. Go ahead with the seminar?
Yeah. Is it okay if you go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, that's fine. The gentleman presenting the seminar is not here yet, so, but that's fine, you want to sit in it?
It's fine, I'm gonna set it anyways.
You know, that's the great thing about the panels and seminars, you're walking around, you look at all the great stuff, and then you notice, oh shit, my feet hurt.
Yeah.
And then my legs hurt, and then I need to sit down. And that's what these rooms are great for, to give yourself a little break.
Oh, yes.
Just don't eat like really crunchy chips, you know.
No, we don't got nothing to eat. Oh, my legs are really hurt.
This runs till 8:30, 8:15. Usually we give them about 45 minutes, although there's no, if this runs a little over, that shouldn't be a problem because there's nothing else after this one, in this room tonight. It might be genuinely creepy.
Hopefully.
Sometimes the creepiest horror movies are ones that kind of mess with your belief structure,
Right?
like The Exorcist, The Omen, and that kind of stuff.
What'd you say? I said he's cute. What is a pain?
Let's see, this is Jason McLeod,
Yeah.
Defeating the Demonic. Actually, this runs an hour and a half, I guess. So you may be in here in a minute.
Yeah, see this one, 12:30. 1:30.
So you got all your Christmas shopping done yet?
No.
Actually, we've done Christmas shopping here before, my wife and I here.
Really? No, haven't even started.
It's a problem.
Come on in. You here to see Mr. McLeod?
Yes.
Should be exciting. It's gonna run a little longer than most of the seminars so far. I think this one was an hour and a half. And it's gonna be, I guess, him speaking some and then video stuff that goes with it. We're four, just share their war stories that
I look bad. I look bad every day, so it's really beautiful.
I'm scared a little bit.
She won't get scared. I'm not scared.
So you all done your Christmas shopping yet? Got it all done? We've actually done Christmas shopping here. Yeah, friends that are kind of into some of this stuff, you know.
She's my only friend that's in these.
I have like 2 other people besides her, maybe. I mean, I did see those people say yeah.
Come on in.
I wish I like had her new shirts. Huh? No shirts. No.
See whatever you like.
Maybe you can service and get my phone.
Are you good for Mr. McLeod seminar?
Mine's like this.
Should be good. It's gonna run a little longer. The rest of it's gonna be like an hour and a half.
90 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, 6.
So we'll wrap up at, I guess, 9. Come on in.
I saw you on here, I was the same thing.
Sorry, get one down.
Please, yeah.
Please and thank you.
Oh, this is, all right, this is more about later.
Are you Mr. McLeod?
I'm his proxy. So, yeah. I was running. Try to get down here. All right. Where he wants me to put this? Yes, up here. All right. Let's see.
What do you need?
Just to plug this USB in. All right. Let's see.
I'm just kidding.
Might be on the other side.
All right, what is plugged in here?
I think that's plugged into.
Okay. Doesn't look like, what's this one plugged in?
That's no, that's actually the webcam.
Are they like live streaming?
Right now it is live stream. I mean, if you don't want it, that's fine.
Oh, it doesn't make any difference to me. They can live
I
stream.
don't know if we've got any other options then, because there's fewer and fewer USB ports on these things anymore. And I think that this mic is tied to the live stream, so that's the challenge, yeah.
Shit, I wonder. This thing has a.
There's a USB port on it, but I don't know if there's a way to control it
Yeah.
where you want to.
I don't know. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. See what it does. USB A. It's doing something. Oh shit! There we go. All right. It's not in the thing. I don't know if I can play it. That's the problem. Wonder how we can find.
There we go.
Okay. I wonder why.
Do you know, is it in one of these files?
It's not in a folder, so
That may present a challenge.
yeah. Let's see what this thing is.
Excuse me. 3 or 4.
Oh, next page.
No.
All right. Sorry. That ain't gonna work.
Let me be kind of Wes. Well, they need a USB port, but there's only one, and that's the one that runs to the mic to enable live streaming.
So it's connected here.
Actually, hold on, let me check something.
Oh, that's not even plugged in.
What's not?
This isn't plugged in.
Yeah, that's HDMI though.
Okay, yeah, so it's fine. I'll use my laptop.
Okay. Problem solved, but it's a short cable.
It's all right. Where is the power? Plug it in at. There is something right there. I hope there's another port to plug. Just means that I'm not going to be able to leave. One fucking. Really? All right. Well, this thing is not long enough. They have one with just one plug. There's that. It's plugged in there. On that one.
And that's this.
Now it goes there. It only has one prong plug in. Okay. Well, here.
That's plugged into all the rest of the stuff. Oh shit.
Just killed everything.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that's.
This is easy enough to get back on.
Yeah. So, what is this gray cord here? That's plugged into this. I don't see a gray one. What that goes to? Oh, hey.
That would actually solve your problem, maybe.
What the fuck?
Because if you got an open slot there, feel free to use it.
There's not.
Oh,
USB. Trying to figure out what's what here. What is that for? That is going to the laptop. The laptop is running the online streaming stuff, right?
yeah, it is.
What time is it? Okay, good. I got 3 minutes to figure this shit out. I hope we're live streaming right now. This computer's got to have, I wonder how much juice it has. I wonder if I unplug that thing, if it's going to die in about 3 seconds, like mine will. Well, I guess maybe we're going to find out. Okay, there you are. Hey. Hello.
I'm working on getting another extension cord.
Okay. Currently, I just unplugged the the thing there. We'll see how long that battery lasts. All right. All right, I need to make this full screen. Where's that at? There it is. Hey now. All right. We're in a little bit of business.
Yeah.
So at least we got that up there. Hello. Hey, look, that works.
Come on in.
We are the last show of the night, too.
Yep.
So that means we can take as long as we want. It's okay. You guys only have to hear from me for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. And then Jason will be up there to talk to you guys and to go through a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. So if you don't want to deal with me, you can tune me out and then you'll be up on there. It'll be good. I don't know what the hell that was popping up on the screen. Saw something. So you guys can let Jason know how bad his choice was to choose me to do this. Because he asked me about 3 days ago, like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it. Is there any way that you can run my panel and do the intro and, you know, all that stuff? And I said, absolutely I can. Little did he know he was going to have to subject people to me. It's good. We'll give it another minute or two, see if anybody else comes in, and then we'll get moving. Hello, come in, have a seat. I'm trying to wait until they bring that other extension cord so that there are not people rummaging around up front. Well, you guys are trying to watch things. Has everybody been having fun so far? Scarefest?
Great now.
Yeah. How long did it take y'all to get in the door? Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff online about that. That people were a little unhappy that I think last year, I think there were some issues with fire code and having so many people up in that foyer area. And I think that's why that ended up happening this year. So, yeah, I know that that was one of the reasons why they took the black carpet and they put us on the loading dock this year because there were too many people out there. What's up, Wes? Holy shit, there's an echo in here. I got to talk in here tomorrow. I didn't realize.
All right.
I didn't break anything. I got it set up now, finally.
Are you good? What do we need? He said that you're.
So as long as I don't know how long that laptop is going to last. Currently, it's unplugged.
Oh, this way.
That.
If it dies.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to end the stream here on this? Or?
Oh, we're still streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna do some wild shit in front of this camera.
I'll edit it later.
Oh, well, shit. That's no fun.
I'll edit it in post. But yeah, so you're good.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right.
Let's
ready to rock and roll. All right. So, I am obviously not a 6'7" tall man, but Jason is, and he stands head and shoulders above most of us. There are not very many people that I have to look up to because I'm not short, right? But legit, my head comes up to about his like nipple level. He is a tall man. But I'm Jeff Ignatowski. I am the author of the best-selling book series Beyond the Headlines: True Crimes, Myths, and Legends. That we'll be doing a talk tomorrow about that. So if you do like me, you can come see me tomorrow, and I'll be doing a talk in the same room talking about true crime and all of that. I'm also the creator of Killers the Card Game and the owner of Scorpion Lair Games. So I do a whole bunch of different things. I also got a booth upstairs. So if you want to come by 519 and tell me all kinds of stories and buy some stuff, because that's always good too, because that's what we're here for, right? Jason asked me to come and do this for him. I've known him for the last several years. We've done several different conventions together. and he is an incredible dude. I've gotten to spend a lot of time with him and go out to dinner and everything, so it has been really great. But he is currently running a event, and actually it's happening on Sunday, called Defeating the Demonic up there. And this is his second year of doing that. They've expanded it, I know, to incorporate a whole bunch more. I think they did like a half a day last year, and now they are doing an entire day. And I'm sure that after this weekend, it's going to end up being an entire weekend that they're going to have to run the event, because he is doing an incredible job there. But he is a demonologist. He is the author of Dark Siege, A Connecticut Family's Nightmare, The Terrifying True Tale of Demonic Infestation, Oppression, Possession, Exorcism, and Demoniacal Retribution. That's a long title. I mean, I guess mine's not much shorter, but yeah, he has some incredible books out there. I actually own both of them, and it is a fascinating story about his own account. And of course, how many of you guys know Jason? Nobody knows him? Good. Then you don't know that he's 6'7", and he's a very tall man. But yeah, he also worked with Ed and Lorraine Warren. He was one of the people that did a lot of stuff with them. And how many of you know who Ed and Lorraine are? Yeah, everybody in here. That's good. They are like the forefathers of ghost hunting and paranormal investigation. They literally laid the groundwork for all of us and what we do now. And of course, there were many people that came before them, but they really kind of popularized it by writing books and having all kinds of interviews and everything about it. So he started working with Ed and Lorraine Warren beginning around 1990 as a college sophomore. He is currently hard at work preparing for what promises to be the most epic, spine-tingling, terrifying, and empowering seminar of the year, which is happening Sunday. So if you all want to get on a plane and go there, it's in Connecticut. It's in Bridgeport, Connecticut, at the Baiju Theater from 9:30 a.m. until 10:30 p.m. They're going to have real exorcists and deliverance ministers from all across the country, sharing their firsthand experiences battling inhuman, diabolical spirits. These malevolent forces invade people's lives, infest their homes, and oppress the inhabitants with the ultimate goal to kill, rob, and destroy. The life stories of these courageous individuals who face this invisible enemy daily are nothing short of staggering. Now, I have done, some people, they all know me as the true crime guy, right? I do a whole bunch of true crime stuff, but I also do paranormal investigations. So I often go out there and do stuff like that. And if you get a chance, the week of Halloween, Jason will be on my podcast. So we did a roundtable about the paranormal and kind of the state of things, how a lot of the shows are fake. I didn't say that out loud, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff on there that is not completely accurate, but there is a lot of things that are going on out there that are fascinating. And he gets to work in one of the areas that I find the most fascinating as a demonologist, working with the darker forces that are out there and that invade our lives from time to time. So in today's presentation, you'll get a glimpse into last year's event through a highlight reel. But let me tell you, this year's event is going to be 3 times bigger. You'll learn how to identify the dark attacks these entities orchestrate and how ultimately they are defeated by the clergy. So it's kind of cool to know like the intricacies of all of that. Because I think, you know, we watch the movies, The Conjuring and all those things, and we don't get a real accurate portrayal of what's going on there. So if you see anything that moves you today, Jason would encourage you to get on a plane and go and check it out and be there on Sunday. But yeah, without further ado, we're going to start this up here. Oh, by the way, there is a little form up here after the thing. You guys can come up. There are QR codes and everything on there that will get you all of his information. Also, there's a QR code that apparently has like travel stuff on it that will tell you how to get to Connecticut this weekend. So he is taking care of all of it for us. So here you go.
about to tell you is not going to be shocking, but it will be enlightening. And so the information I give you, I pray to God that you will take with you when you leave.
So the vast majority of people on earth, including the
That's
vast majority
Jason.
of Christians, are woefully unprepared for what is taking place all around us. There's been a great diminishing in the church or in faith. People just don't believe that darkness exists. And to understand these things more clearly, you have to understand that to understand the invisible, you have to understand the visible. The human perception, the human eyes, are only able to perceive visible light. That's 1% of the matter, space, and energy around us. We can see and perceive 1% of infinity. Yet people claim, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. We are practically, and for all essential purposes, blind in these bodies. And cats and dogs, for instance, can see more of this band of frequencies. And when there's a cat or a dog which are present in your home and they're barking or growling at the corner or hissing and running and hiding underneath the sofa, you had better pay attention. Using objects like Ouija boards and pendulums and different forms of divination, for instance, and then claiming, well, nothing happened. It's just a tool, it's just a device. Well, the Ouija board is the catalyst in this regard to 95% of all the cases of demonic infestation. We're going to go over these phases this afternoon. Demonic infestation is the first phase, and this is how entities enter our lives, our awareness, our living spaces, and so forth. And just because we don't see what is taking place doesn't mean that nothing happened. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. People don't understand these things. There are, how many different paranormal groups are there out there right now that are, looking into these things and trying to delve into the secrets of the universe and so forth, and obtain knowledge and experience a paranormal phenomenon. They want to see it, they want to hear it, they want to experience it, they want to be touched. They're inviting these things into their lives without understanding the very real dangers. And frankly, I've assembled this panel, this group of amazing men, because they have to deal with the ramifications. These men are the last line of defense. When paranormal groups delve into things they should not be sticking their noses into, or using Ouija boards inside people's homes, for instance, when they're claiming to be there to help them. And that absolutely boggled my mind when I first heard that in 2012. And that was the reason I decided to contact the family involved in this case that I called Dark Siege, a Connecticut Family's Nightmare. And I explained that situation, and they said, my God, if you can save one family from the nightmare that we went through, especially a 6-year-old little girl like Kelly, then change our likenesses and tell our story. Now, many of the stories and many of these severe cases that take place that are as terrifying as what's portrayed in the movies, if not even more so, you'll never hear about. The families want no recognition. They don't want the ridicule. They don't want the media circus. They want to lead normal lives. But more importantly, they don't want to give that phenomena recognition, which could bring it back into their lives, as was the case in this one family's ordeal in Monroe, Connecticut. And they came right back after the family in a series of attacks we call retribution, to punish everybody and anyone who was interested or participated in trying to spare this family from the absolute horrific activity that took place. And we were never going to talk about it. The public never would have learned about it. But I made it my mission when I've learned that there were paranormal teams out there with their t-shirts and their sunglasses and their bulging biceps and their hats and their paraphernalia, making a joke out of this entire field. And I say it's a joke because it's a joke to these men. when they know how very real and very serious it is, and they have to put their lives and their health and their well-being and their financial well-being on the line to go and rescue people and deliver them from these evil spirits. And it's time for this to end. Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the universe, we must think in terms of frequency and vibration. Everything is frequency and vibration. Everything shares the same space. Your method number one is using your human free will to initiate contact. And the most common form of initiating contact with what we believe to be spirits of any kind, but we don't really know, we can't perceive them, right? This is a stage called infestation. This is where you make contact, you invite them into your world, you invite them into your reality. Come talk to me, show yourself before me, give me some answers.
People always tell me, I want you to prove that demons exist. And I tell them, I don't have to prove to you that demons exist because I help the families who know they do. And that is something that I have learned a long time ago to be at peace with this ministry. You may not believe in demons, but they believe in you. I encourage all of you, before you leave, people ask me all the time about the books. There's a lot of junk out there on demonology. People who go on YouTube, who watch a few videos on demons, and now they're going to write books about it, and yet they've never once experienced a demonic case. Do not buy those books. See, these folks here had what's called primary research. That's different than secondary research. Primary research is when you're actually working cases. You're there. Secondary research is you read the research from people who've done primary research. Now, I encourage you, strongly encourage you, before you leave, if you want to learn about demonology, you should not leave this room until you buy those books. There are very few books that I will endorse, very few, because a lot of them are just not good, and they're inaccurate. And then they have no theology training at all, none. Let me make this abundantly clear. Demonology is not paranormal. Demonology is theological. And so people who have no training in demonology, angelology, theology, and writing books, they're really misleading, because I've been reading a lot of books out there. They're just terrible. So do yourself a favor. If you want to read, and if you truly want to learn, you got to buy Jason's books. You got to buy Bill's books. Because there's nobody that I would recommend right now, at least on the top of my head, than these two guys. And there's no financial kickback. I'm not. Believe me, I'm not. There's no. I'm telling you this because I'm telling you because I've read them, and they're quality. They're quality books. Energy. What Jason said was right on it. Energy. Have you ever walked down the street and someone's walking towards you, and you don't know that person, but you know you don't want to know that person? That's energy. Paranormal investigators and everyone needs to understand, when you go into a location and it's known to be demonically infested, number one, why are you there? But number two, you can beat your chest all day long and you can say, come on, demon, I dare you to do something, come on. And I told Zach this many, many years ago when I was on that show. And I told him, do you understand you're not provoking? What do you mean? Yes, I am. You're not provoking. What you've just done is invited. Provocation is when you begin prayer. When you begin, say, praying the litany of saints, praying the rosary. I'm very devoted to the Blessed Mother. That's provoking, because see, if you go to a location and say, come on, demon, I dare you to do something. You're not so tough. Do something to me. Let me give you a little piece of advice. The demon is looking at you within 5 inches and saying, oh, I will. When you're lonely and you're depressed and your wife or husband leaves you, your marriage is falling apart, you lose your job, that's when I'm going to accept your invitation. And it may be 15 or 20 years down the road, but you've given the invitation. That you cannot do ever. Because if you do, you're going to put yourself in serious trouble. Ouija boards. Guys, please stay away from them. Here's the problem. You're opening a portal. You are allowing a demonic to use your muscular system to move the planchette. Do you not understand that? That is a form of invitation. That is a form of possession. You're giving that demonic or whatever spirit is there, you're giving them permission to control your body. That's what is very dangerous, and you have no idea who you're speaking to. We tell kids all the time, don't speak to strangers. When you play with a Ouija board, that's what you do. And I've had people tell me, Bishop Long, I played with a Ouija board for 15 years and nothing has ever happened. And I look right at them and I say, yet. Because here's what happens. We are creatures of habit. We will run a red light because we're rushed. We got to hurry up. And we don't get caught. And we run another one. And then we run another one. And then we become lazy. And then that last time you run that red light, now you're going 90 miles per hour. And you see the blue and red lights behind you. Just because it hasn't happened yet, demonic entities exist outside of time and space. So 15 years to you is a long time. 15 years to them is a blink of an eye. So for them, they'll wait. They'll be more than happy to wait. And you have forgotten about what you've done, but they haven't. There's a big thing going on now with the Lesser Key of Solomon. So for those of you who don't know, the Lesser Key of Solomon was the belief that King Solomon summoned demons to do his bidding, basically to force them to build temples for his pagan wives and concubines. So what people are doing now is using Ouija boards, going online, finding these sigils of the Lesser Key of Solomon, and now they are purposely invoking the names of these demons because they believe that the demon is actually going to do them a good thing. As a matter of fact, I had a case. And the case that I did with the Eli Roth show, she actually did the Lesser Key of Solomon. That's how it all started. And that was the case where, that was my first case where first time I actually saw the eyes go black. Completely black. I am really, really fed up with society putting demons here and putting God down here. I don't know why we've done this in society. Why have we elevated demons to the status of a deity and we've lowered God's status to a created? You have to understand, you are the living temple of the Holy Spirit. Every single one of you, no matter what you've done in life, we're all sinners, every single one of us, and through the grace of God, we can absolutely be restored to God's graces, no matter what anyone tells you. You are the living temple of the Holy Spirit. If anyone tells you otherwise, walk away. But you got to know that once you begin to pray, demons begin to tremble. And once you invoke the name of Christ, demons are in fear. I will tell you this, I have never in my life, in the most violent response that I get when I perform an exorcism, I pray the litany of the saints, and then I pray the rosary. The reaction is unbelievably violent. Now that's provocation, because I want the entity to manifest. And the exorcism continues. So infestation, we were talking about infestation. Infestation, you could move into a place where it had pre-existing haunting. Maybe they've done some things that they shouldn't have done in the home. That's why I always bless my home before I go in. If I ever move, I always bless it. But 99 at least from my experience, 99% of the time, it's through some form of invitation. And so stay away from the invitation. So you will have bangings. Sometimes it'll be in three, not all the time. That's a form of the mocking of the Holy Trinity, but not all the time. Many times there's a smell of sulfur. Revelation says that in the end, by the way, in the end, demons lose. So anyone elevating demons as a god, you've missed the boat. Because that Revelation is very clear that demons lose, and so does Satan. So it says that they will be thrown into the lake of sulfur. So maybe that's a form of mockery. So sometimes you'll smell it, or even rotten flesh. So I was a police chaplain, and many times I go to a location where someone committed suicide, and it is a horrible putrid smell. Animals are terribly frightened. There's also this overwhelming sensation of dread and sickness. Religious objects are often desecrated, meaning that desecration doesn't mean all completely obliterated. You can have a cross, a crucifix. Difference between a cross and a crucifix: the crucifix has the corpus of Christ, has the body of Christ on it. A cross does not. So yeah, a cross or crucifix. Sometimes it'll be slammed to the ground, or sometimes thrown. I was at a location once where we had demonic infestation. I was performing. It was called the minor rite of exorcism, and that was by Pope Leo XIII, 1890, to remove a demonic or malevolent spirit from a home. So then you perform this minor rite of exorcism. By the way, you cannot perform. I've always taught in Rome. I was always taught in my seminary. You can't perform an exorcism on a building. You bless a building, you bless a home. You perform the exorcism on the demonic entity that's manifested itself in the home. So you perform the minor rite of exorcism to expel that demonic entity. But many times, have you ever seen one of those first the sick calls or crucifixes where it opens up and you can kind of, have you ever seen those things? Well, I had this at a home. This thing was a very, very violent case. And I placed it on the table, and I had little small tea lights. Now, the crucifix stands about this tall, and the arms were about here. And I had little small tea light candles, nothing. And I lit them, and I began praying the Litany of Saints. The Litany of Saints is, when you, Saint Martha, pray for us, Saint Mary, pray. It's that. But when I began chanting, the flame, and I have this crucifix, and I show it sometimes when I do. I couldn't bring it today, but that flame actually went about 8 to 9 inches tall, caught the crucifix on fire. Now, this was like a flame torch was being addressed to that. I mean, it was, even to this day, it's completely destroyed. And when I show people this. Another problem is people are buying haunted items. Stay away from them. There's nothing good that's going to come from that. I have a storage facility of haunted items where people, they bring it in, and then all crazy activity occurs. That's what happened on that case. Well, I don't know if you saw the Eli Roth show where they brought in this doll. This was a McMansion home that this family had. It was a 3-story home. It was in Tennessee. They brought this thing home. I mean, they had violent activity, bangings. The dogs got sick. The smell of sulfur. It was violent. And when I got to that home, they had me come in there. And she's trying to show me how I walked in, how the foyer would be. And then the formal living room was to the right. There was nothing left. This home was complete in ashes. The only thing that remained was a beautiful ornate metal shelf, and they had a doll. That doll that they purchased. They knew nothing about it, but they know as soon as they brought it home, violent activity occurred. And even today, you can still smell the burnt marks. It didn't burn. What's crazy is the whole home burnt down. But that doll, not one form of destruction. It's porcelain, but you can still smell the smoke. I didn't bring it today because I flew, so I'm not going to bring that thing. There's no way. But people are buying, for example, I now have a collection of John Wayne Gacy paintings. These are original paintings that someone purchased, and they brought it home, and violent activity began. That's all energy, and that's a form of invitation. Do not invite, and you'll be okay. Never, ever see yourself as a victim. No matter what. So even if you have a demonic attachment or you're being attacked by a demonic entity, never allow victim to enter your mind. My mantra every single day is, I will not be your victim. And at one time I was.
A lot of people don't understand these things, and they think it's, it's superstition, it's holy rollers, it's, they completely have a misunderstanding about how and why we feel compelled to get involved. Your home is your place of solitude, right? It's your fortress of solitude. It's your escape from the menacing outdoors, from what's outside of the world that you know. It's where you grew up, and if you're blessed to stay in the same place, it's even more so. But what do you do when that place is infested by fleas? Is one thing. Sure, you can get rid of them and you can fumigate them, right? But what about when your home is infested by diabolical forces who seek to destroy your life from behind the scenes? Like Bishop Long was saying, they're very patient. They're waiting for the opportunity, waiting for us to slip up. But what do you do when you have to flee your house because these forces have made their way in, because you used a Ouija board?
Wait, demonic oppression, okay, is something that takes place when you're totally and completely unaware of what's actually taking place. Your space has been invaded by some foreign entity. That foreign entity is darkness. Darkness can creep up to anyone. I mean, when you least expect it, okay? What it is, it's the demonic planting a seed in your mind and allowing you to think that whatever negative behavior is being manifested, it's a natural phenomenon. He tricks you into the belief that this is your own thought process. And as a result, it manipulates your thought process, and it allows you to do things that you would never do. Sometimes demonic oppression could lead to other things as well. The people that are in danger of this are the people who are curious to find out more about life. In fact, some of this information you're receiving now, it could actually hurt you if you misuse it. This information is for positive, it's for light. And so as a result, you have to absorb it and understand, okay, that this is what God created us to. Jesus said in John 10:10, I came that they might have life and might have it more abundantly. That abundant life has already been promised to us. So we should not close our eyes and allow the darkness to overtake us, because it will overtake us. The seed that's planted in your subconscious mind may be planted there, and it may go on for years before you actually demonstrate horrible, terrible behavior, even to a point of self-destruction. There are many people who are known as cutters. It's a psychosis. And as they cut themselves, they don't experience pain as the normal person would. In fact, it becomes very pleasurable for them, because the seed was planted in your mind and your senses have been altered. So pain becomes pleasure. And pleasure is something as just a memory, because we're being tricked. Everything that you know that exists can be totally and completely not what it seems to be. Okay, we are like all subject to this world, and this world is full of darkness. No matter where you're at in the world, you're standing in a dark room. It's so pitch black, and you're totally unaware of it. And when you walk, it's like you're walking without shoes. You're walking on a floor that has crushed glass. And so as you're walking, you're literally tearing your feet apart as you walk from one end of the room to the other, because you're in darkness. You have no idea about the sharp edges that we walk into. This is why it's important, as I was telling my colleagues, we have to have a flashlight. That flashlight generates light. The light is powered by batteries. The batteries is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, it keeps the batteries charged so we can have that light. And when we shine that light in dark corners, we'll know not to step and not to fall into the trap of demonic oppression, because it's so easy to do. And it's so inviting, because sometimes, people like the darkness because it's comfortable. You can close your eyes and you can allow your mind to drift off. And in essence, what happens is that you're opening yourself up to things that you cannot even see or even imagine. And yet, when it's there, when it's in your presence, You just might eat it up because you're totally oblivious to it. The darkness is something that you can't fool around with. What you need to do is have your torch, have a flashlight, and make sure that you're linked to the power source. That's the only way you're going to continue your journey and not fall into the trap of falling into or walking into walls because of the darkness. Darkness is all around us. And as a result, we have to be totally and completely aware of it.
An infestation is when these forces find their way into our lives, into our homes, into our awareness. And the next stage is when they actually start to affect you in a negative way. And it's always a negative way. The purpose is to wear you down and break you down and sap your energy and to keep you afraid and anxious and cut off from Creator. It's a force that'll sit on your shoulder and say, you don't need to go to church today. You've done enough. It's a force that'll say, you don't need to pray. It's a force to say, go out and do what thou wilt. Right? That's the satanic motto. Do what thou wilt, no matter what, even if it means hurting somebody else. And so all of these things start to happen. So in my case, in the infestation stage, the end goal is always to ruin the family, to ruin your health, to ruin your outlook, to cut your connection off from God, to feel like all hope is lost, to then maybe delve into Satanism, to delve into negative occult practices, because you think, well, if I can't feel God, then maybe I can feel Satan, right? And that's the worst mistake you can possibly make, of course. But the most terrifying stage, of course, is possession, where they actually can push your consciousness away from your body, like your body is a spacesuit hanging on a wall in an airlock in outer space, right, as an analogy. And that spacesuit is then empty and ready to be used, possessed. They take possession. So this demonic spirit comes and takes possession of your body, and you're pushed aside, and you'd have to see video or hear audio, watching and listening to the things that would be issued from your lips and things that you would do with your own body. And they're all negative and devastating, of course. To just give you an example, in my case, Dark Siege, A Connecticut Family's Nightmare, is the family fled the house. They were absolutely terrified. They could not possibly endure another moment inside their own home. Can you imagine the fear of leaving everything that you have and staying in a hotel room, afraid to return home because of what's going on inside the house? And the father of the household was looking in his wallet for the $50 bill to pay for the hotel, and it was back in '93, so that was about average. And he couldn't find it, but he had the idea planted in his mind to look inside his son Tyler's school bag, and it never would have crossed his mind because he never would have ever thought that his son would have stolen money from him. And he had this thought, he had this look, his eyes changed, and he stormed right over to the wall and grabbed his book bag, and he was like, Dad, it's my private property, that's what he's thinking. What are you doing? And his wife's like, Matt, you really think it would be in his book bag? And lo and behold, the $50 bill folded neatly in half, stuck inside a pocket within a pocket. He never would have stolen from his father. They were, an upper middle class family. And he found the dollar and he said, and what's this? And he backhanded his own son and slapped him. And everybody was just absolutely out of their minds over this thing. And he knew, didn't know at the time. So then to him, it was completely acceptable to bash his son because his son stole from him. But they implant the thought into your mind. It's not your own thought. And if they can implant that thought in your mind, what other thoughts can they implant in there? And they knew that they were in very, very, very serious trouble because the goal is to split friendships apart, split families apart, turn father against son.
But oppression. So from a psychological perspective, what that could functionally look like in a person's life, the first thing I see with an infestation, married couples or friends normally get along great. Everything's going smooth. You get an infestation, and one of the first symptoms I've seen personally is anger, fits of rage that come unexpectedly out of left field. This person's usually a sweetheart, and then all of a sudden they're a monster. The infestation is very sneaky. You got to remember, there's a reason why the Bible calls Satan the old dragon. You know, he's a serpent. He's very slick. And even the scripture tells us to be wise as the serpent, but harmless as the dove. And we have to be very wise and observant when the enemy is making a move into our life, because sometimes, like folks have said, we don't recognize it right away. You know, you play with things you shouldn't play with, and they will say, you know, oh, I've been using Ouija for 15, 20 years, and I've never had a problem. In fact, I teach it, and it's wonderful, blah, 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 blah. And then it's literally, yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Because these things are eternal. They have been around from the beginning. Time to them has no meaning. They will play the long game with a person's life. It may infiltrate that person's life at the very youngest age, from even the most innocent of invitation, or the parents invited it in through something. And keep in mind too, substance use, mind-altering substances, the English word for that is sorcery. The Greek is pharmakeia, where we get the modern word pharmacy. So sorcery, drug use, is sorcery. Talk about an open door just waiting to happen, and I've seen it happen. And of course, in these cases, an already traumatized person trying to self-medicate the trauma and pain and the horror in their life and the things they've gone through, now you got this next dark perpetrator coming into their life, messing with them, attacking them, and then that person is beside themselves. So they fall deeper into the addiction because now they're trying to hide the pain and the suffering from the original trauma. And then what this perpetrator, this demon, is doing on top of all of that, demon's having a good time. He's like, shh, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I got this. And unless there's an intervention in that person's life, or they come to the realization that they need Christ more than the bottle or the joint or the pipe or whatever it is, or even if there's a mental health issue, you got to understand what these things see when they look at you and me. It is tantamount to the lioness on the Serengeti hunting the wildebeest. But these things don't want a person to experience the joy that is in Christ. They want to separate as they have from Eden. And people fall for the same lies over and over and over. And they think they're so smart. But they forget the devil has thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, ages of wisdom accumulated and intelligence. He's an expert on human nature. He's an expert on the human mind. He's the expert on how to trip up even the most holy and devout person. So poor Joe Normal is walking down the road and they're getting into something they shouldn't. And he's like, well, I know this sin will probably work. I know this and this and this will be able to destroy. And the end game of all of this, and people say, well, why does Satan attack the human being? You know, why are we so important? Because he cannot hurt God. He hurts the ones God loves. That's the end game. Ruination of the individual. Destruction of their financial health. Everything else. That's the end game. But people don't see it. And then the oppression kicks in. Now they're being depressed. They're feeling this depression. They're feeling a generalized anxiety over the world and everything. And the demons are just like, sweet, let's run with it. You know, and let's increase it. Yeah. And they may have a legitimate mental health issue going on. Don't get me wrong. But these guys are predators and they will take advantage of anything that they see will work out towards the final Endgame. And the reason why, I forget who said it earlier, but alienation and isolation for the individual being targeted. That is a major part, because if they can take you out of your natural support circle of friends, family, whomever that would be, take you out of your natural supports, make you feel like you're alone, make you feel like no one can hear you or see you, make you feel as if no one cares, then that is a very fertile garden for them to grow the most wicked plants available in the mind of the human being. But I don't know. Is there, who would like? All right.
And that they're not worthy of God's love is the worst mistake they can make, because everyone's worthy, all right? And everyone is, savable, and everybody can be redeemed through Christ, right? But to feel like you're unworthy and you're the most despicable thing on this planet and that you don't deserve to live, that's what the devil's going to tell you. Take your life. And they'll do it. They'll convince you to leap off a bridge. They'll convince you to blow your brains out. The gloves, we're taking the gloves off here and we're telling you like it is. And these are the beings that want to come in through the use of a Ouija board because you're inviting them in, and they're the ones that want to destroy you and destroy your entire life and the life of your family. And it may not be you that is affected. It may be, somebody else living in the house. It may be your pets. Could be your child. Can you imagine the guilt you'd feel using a Ouija board in someone's home, or as a paranormal group using a Ouija board in somebody's home, and then the beautiful child being attacked and burned and scratched and beaten and grabbed, and these attacks. And we're going to talk about the extreme cases of oppression, or the extreme examples. For instance, Linda in Dark Siege, the case I wrote about, she was painting a beautiful farm scene in her art studio, and she was at peace and joy because she's recreating God's creation in its most beautiful way. And then the temperature dropped in her studio until she could see her breath, and the windows and the door, the French door that she had, freezing over, and her hand, something coming over and literally wrapping over her hand and taking control of it and crushing it while she had the paintbrush, slamming it in to the paint colors, red, and writing and destroying and defacing her recreation of God's creation by writing bitch in this hole, this hell hole, right, this pit. And that was absolutely terrifying. But these things happen, and you have to understand that. And we must put an end to this. We must collectively come together and understand how these forces work, and how to put on the armor of God, and how to learn how to pray and put God first in our lives. We've all made mistakes in our past. We've all been sinners, as Bill says, and we all say, and we'll continue and make mistakes. But we have to know that our God loves us, and God wants to protect us. We can call upon the power of Archangel Michael. We can call upon the power of Jesus Christ and the blood of Jesus Christ, which is just an incredible defense.
And I truly hope that you are finding this to be interesting, because if you are finding this information to be interesting, then you're going to become empowered, because knowledge is power, and power perceived is power achieved. So just keep that in mind. For me, my mind is a sponge. I always want to learn. It's a continuous thing. And I thank God and praise God for blessing me in the way that he has, and that he continues to do so in having a knowing of things. So before we go any further, I'd like for you guys to join in prayer with me. Let's pray the Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6, verses 9 through 13. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is done in heaven. And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forevermore. Glory, hallelujah. Thank you, Father. And Father, we do thank you and praise you again for this blessed and appointed time and this blessed gathering. And as I prayed in the beginning before we started, may you speak through us to speak truth and work through us to be a blessing to every single person in here. And I ask that you keep them in your hedge of protection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for life. And I ask that you bless them with an abundance of love, peace, joy, good health, and prosperity for life. We thank you and praise you for everything, Father, forevermore in Jesus' name. So for me, I am not perfect. I do not claim to be perfect. I'm not a smiley-faced preacher that will tell you that it's either your best life now or you never have a bad day. That's not true. We have to deal in reality. So I try to be real and authentic in my life and in all my ways throughout my life. And my relationship with God, Yahweh is his name, listed 6,823 times in the Bible, replaced with the title of Lord. So wherever you see Lord in caps, that should say Yahweh. I use his mighty and holy name. And his son, Jesus the Christ, his Hebrew name is Yahshua, which means Yahweh saves. Yahweh saves through him. So it became very empowering for me when I started into these studies. And I praise God for leading me to this wisdom and knowledge, because my family was destroyed by demonic forces, and I nearly was destroyed as well. The devil has tried to kill me so many times throughout my lifetime, even at a young age, that I've lost count. And God has had angels there to save me every single time, and I thank him and praise him for it. I truly believe that, and that would go for all of us, I believe that God had a plan before I even came into this world, that he was going to work through me to help others. And certainly if that's the case, then the devil was going to do whatever he could to stop that. So I endured horrific things in my childhood. I suffered physical demonic attack between the ages of 5 and 12. The devil knows what he's doing. He's very, very clever. But as these events manifested and continued to escalate, my dad, who I saw as a heroic figure, suddenly changed and turned into a raging alcoholic who began to physically abuse my mother on a regular basis between 1973 and 1975. He nearly killed her on several occasions, and it was only by the power of God stopping him from killing her. Now, I've learned this. We touched on this a little bit about the spirit of pharmakia through drugs. There's also a spirit called alcohol that comes from Egypt. That's alcohol. That means flesh-eating spirit. It's a flesh-eating demon. And so when we're under the influence of alcohol and or a drug, our frequency and vibration is lowered. Therefore, we are wide open and susceptible for demonic attack. We all have free will. So we're free to make our choices. But when we make bad choices, the devil is right there to send demons in to amplify and magnify that. He can't force anything on us. He can't force those demons on us. But if we open a doorway, like Jason was saying, through Ouija board or invocation, like my other colleagues are saying, it's all true. I've lived it, so I understand it. It's real. And so after all that had taken place, my dad left when I was 9 years old. Thank God he left, because I'm convinced had he stayed, he would have killed my mother. But the unfortunate thing is my mother never had peace. So after he left, my mother came under regular physical attack from at least 3 different demonic entities. And she was being accosted and attacked. And I'm talking about scratches, bruises, bite marks, being levitated and thrown. One occasion, after being attacked, choked by a demonic entity, the thing finally disappears, and she jumps out of bed, gasping for air, goes up the hallway to the kitchen and opens a cabinet, and an unseen force shot out a glass that struck her above her eye and knocked her unconscious. She had to be taken to the hospital. She had a concussion. So my mother suffered more than any other person I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot of suffering. But she suffered greatly, and she suffered up until the time of her untimely death at age 44, and she was still being attacked by those demonic forces. So I wish, if anything, and I was just telling someone, that I understand why God called me to do this work, because I know what it's like to suffer. I've been there. So I take the sufferings of others very seriously and very personally. So I have a fierceness, if you will, because I don't want to see anybody victimized. I can't stand to see people bullied or victimized in any way. It enrages me. He will help us hand in hand, step for step. And he'll take our part, and he'll certainly help us to defeat evil. But we have to do our part, and we have to be real and authentic and sincere. So I come to you today as a living witness, a walking miracle, that God brought forth such transformation in my life that not only did he save me, but he transformed my life and then put the calling on my life to be this spiritual warrior to help others. And so once I got past myself, and really that didn't happen until I started to gain a little bit of wisdom and knowledge, and it started to empower me, and I started to feel like, well, maybe, not getting arrogant, but at the same time having some self-confidence that perhaps God really could work through me to be a blessing and a help. And once I got there, I'll never forget the first family that I helped was in Maryland, and they had a severe demonic case. And at one point, when I was binding and rebuking and casting those demons out, two of them came together in black forms, like they were the size of basketballs. And the basketballs had come together, and then they went right out through the basement and out through the basement door. So that's where it started for me on this journey. And it's really miraculous. It's impossible. But what I'm saying to all of you is, if we have that level of faith, God makes the impossible possible. If you hearken on to the voice of God, and if you're real and authentic and sincere, and you really want him to be first in your life, he will bless you in all of your ways. That doesn't mean your life's going to be perfect, because we live in an imperfect, sin-filled, fallen world, so we'll never achieve perfection here. But that cannot stop us for striving for excellence. So if we are committed to God, then we're committed to excellence. And if we're committed to excellence, then we refuse to lose. Why? Because God's with us and for us. If he's with us and for us, who's going to stand against us? No one. So we have to do our part, and that's what I call warrior mode, staying in that level of faith, strength, and courage. I declare victory in each and every day of my life, and I will do so for the rest of my life. Is my life perfect? Absolutely not. But my life is so good and so blessed. I had a life where I was seeking death, and now I have a life that is so good and so blessed that I wouldn't trade my life with anybody's life on this planet. And I can never thank him and praise him enough for that. So now, since that time, I don't know, it's probably been in the low thousands maybe of people that he's worked through me to help all over the world. And it's not often that I have moments of reflection because I am, like my colleagues, we're always so busy. It's like trying to put a forest fire out with a garden hose. There's so many people in need, and more so now than ever before. And there's a reason for that too. But when I have those moments of reflection, I just say to myself, I can't believe it. I cannot believe that God took someone like me and saved me and transformed me and now works through me to help other people. It is the greatest feeling in the world to know that he has actually worked through me to deliver somebody from evil. And then I have to sit down, just as my colleagues, you have to be a counselor. And we have to sit down and put a game plan together for that person's life and moving forward. And that involves keeping doors closed that may have been opened in the first place and whether it would be a Ouija board or some type of invitation, even trauma. Trauma is very prominent and prevalent in many of these demonic cases. And that could go back to childhood, child molestation, some type of violent crime, rapes, the child being treated with, just malice and horrible psychological torment. This all bleeds into the spiritual. So for me, I have to stay strong in mind, body, and spirit because they all interlock. So we must be strong in mind, body, and spirit. So the only way that we can do that is truly by keeping God first. I didn't come to preach you a sermon, but I came to teach you and preach the truth, just like my colleagues. We want you to know the truth. What did Jesus say? The truth will set you free. And so these demonic forces do not want that. They do. I remember one case in Chicago. This young lady, it was horrible. She was being physically attacked by demons. And the root cause of it was her being molested as a child. And it took her 30 minutes. I'm not exaggerating. She was surrounded by her family. And it took her 30 minutes to be able to get the words out to tell me what happened. When people have that level of pain and trauma, they are in shackles and chains. And it's going to require someone like us, by the power of God working through us. Not that we're anything special. It's the power of God working through us to do extraordinary things to help people. But that's what it's going to require. So if any of you are having any type of experience that you feel is evil and negative, then I would suggest that you get help right away. And whether it's us or somebody else, get help. And the most important thing that you can do is to make God first in your life. And if you can do that and achieve that level of faith, then he will send angels in to take your part. Just read Psalm 91. He will send angels in to take your part. And your enemies will become his enemies. And when God sets his face against someone, look out. So it's been a never-ending journey for me, just all over the place. And before COVID, I was making 2 trips a week everywhere. And it got to the point that I would wake up in hotel rooms and I wouldn't know where I was. The workload was that heavy, the travel was that heavy. But God always has a way of regenerating and rejuvenating. So for someone like me and my colleagues, it's of the utmost importance that we stay in that level of faith, because I'm telling you right now, the mission of the devil and his demons, that mission is to kill, rob, and destroy. So the devil, he held a very high position in heaven. His first assignment, he was the choir director in heaven. He was in charge of the praise and worship music for Yahweh. Endless 24/7 praise and worship. That's where music comes from. We're supposed to be using that to praise God. And so when Yahshua, Jesus the Christ, the high priest, the Christos, the anointed one came along, the devil didn't like that at all, because he thought he was the star. He thought he was the special one. And then when Yahweh had designs of creating mankind and giving us free will, he really hated that. And so he was taken out of his position, and that was a very high position, which made him privy to some of the secrets of God and how God does some things. And that's why he has the power that he has, because he's had that closeness to God to where he understands some of these things. And then he uses it against us because he hates mankind. So when Yahweh cast him out of that position as adversary, or as the choir director, and then put him in the new position as adversary to mankind, boy, oh boy, that's where it all started, in the garden, and all those things that took place there and beyond. And this has been an evolving process. So when you think about it, go back to the original sin. And think about where we are now. So the devil can't just come full blast, fast forward. He can't do it because even though many people are asleep, they're not that asleep. So that would definitely cause a resistance in humans. So he's very clever as a deceiver and a mimic and the original con man and salesman that he will infiltrate. Now again, the only way that he can infiltrate is by some type of opening, whatever that may be. There's a variety of them. And so when the devil sees a little crack in the door, he'll send demons in to kick it in. And then you're going to have a lot of problems. And so just keep in mind that the mission right out of the devil's playbook, A, divide and conquer, B, kill, rob, and destroy in any way, shape, or form. I've been involved in some exorcisms to where I would arrive at the client's house and the person would hand me their gun and say, I want to shoot you right now. I've been in situations to where people tried to stab me, slash me, physically assault me, spit on me, try to bite me. You just wouldn't believe it. I have seen levitation. I have seen people's eyes change to all white, all black, all red. One case, San Diego, the person's eyes changed to a yellowish greenish color with reptilian slits. And that person not only had that metamorphosis in the eyes, but the limbs of this person, the limbs were twisting and contorting in ways that the human body can't. Not without snap, crackle, pop of bones and ligaments. I saw it. I've witnessed just about everything there is to see, except for a person's head turning all the way around. I haven't seen that, but I've seen just about everything else. I've encountered superhuman strength from these entities that are possessing the person. And as it was mentioned earlier, when people are really fully possessed, they don't remember anything. It's as if this external force has come in and unplugged their mind and plugged into it because they want a host body. So they already have the malicious evil intent. They just need a physical host body to carry out their evil deeds. So in a lot of other cases, I've been called in because the afflicted individual would suddenly start attacking family members. And some of these families were fearing for their life because these individuals had superhuman strength and they were causing a variety of damage. Another case, the individual was biting chunks of flesh out of his arms and legs, withering on the floor like a serpent, the tongue coming out like a serpent. I've seen people with projectile vomiting. I have seen other things I can't mention, but I've seen some things, and I'm telling you right now, it's A, very real, and B, super, super dangerous. So this is why it's so very important to keep God first in your life. Make your real and authentic and personal connection with Him. Our world continues to darken by the day, and I'm sorry to say that because I don't want that. I want everybody to be good and happy and move forward in life. But there is a real battle taking place here, and God is allowing this, and I'll tell you why He's allowing it. Free will. So He wants to see where we're at and what we're going to do, and are we going to make Him first? He doesn't. We'd be robots, Jason. We were talking about this yesterday. If we all had the same thought process, and if we all did the same things at the same time, well, then we would be robots. We wouldn't have any free will. So God gives us free will, freedom to make our choices, but that comes at a price.
A lot of this stuff can also give you nightmares. The stuff I'm revealing to you are things that you don't hear about. The reason you don't hear about it is because it would disrupt your normal flow in terms of your thought process. Your whole perception would change when you realize that what we're talking about is real. Demons are real. So I have bishops and I have priests in 24 countries that are right now, as we speak, are performing the ritual. They are performing the ritual not because somebody claimed that they're possessed, but because they did their diligence to realize and to understand that everything has to be laid out. It has to be understood where the individual is, what exactly their situation is. Once you have all that information, then you could probably make those steps. I have so many stories I could tell you, and they're real stories, but I'm going to just reveal a couple of things. And I kind of started the 2013 event, okay, where I almost lost my life in the middle of an exorcism ritual. This is after we did all the research and stuff, and it normally takes between 3 to 6 months before we approve a ritual. We don't do it the following day. Okay, we have to really do our diligence. We have to make sure that we make the effort to make sure that all the bases are covered, because this is a life and death situation. People die. If this is done improperly, people will die as a result of your negligence.
And
you have to be.
Can you imagine the horror taking place in that 3 to 6 months for the family involved, for everyone, especially the victim?
Absolutely. I mean, what we do, I mean, I have I have about 5 people in my organization out there who are investigators and who are clergy in the audience there. You want to raise your hands, guys, the ones who are with me, who are affiliated with me, okay? These are people that have been trained in the process. They know what I'm talking about. And as a result, so far they've been doing just fine. So absolutely. Getting back to my episode, I was struck 3 times with an invisible 2x4. It felt like a 2x4. It could have been, thicker. Anyway, I was beat on my left side 3 times. Now, I had the room full with my investigators. I had 2 priests that were assisting me, and I got beat silly with a 2x4 that you couldn't see. The entity was so angry that you could hear the growl in the background. The sounds of growling was coming from the woodwork. I'm serious. It's like coming out, literally out of the woodwork. The wood was growling. The plastic walls were growling. They were making themselves known. They're doing this because they're trying to distract not only me, but everyone in the room. And so this is all done for distraction. The demonic will do that. They will try to mislead you. They'll pick on the weakest link in your team, and they'll go after that weakest link. And that weakest link, okay, could bring the whole team down. So, I mean, I always tell my teams of investigators, make sure that every person is completely connected to God. Make sure that everyone understands that we're not doing ghost hunting. We are actually doing something that's more than just ghost hunting. We don't go out looking for demons. They come to us. People who are actually affected with demonic symptoms, they look for us. So as a result, our organization is worldwide, and so we're getting cases. Now, I was telling my colleagues, I was under this false impression that I was retired. Oh, silly me. Oh, no way. I mean, the phone would ring off the hook, in this case, my computer, and oh my gosh. Now, I use the computer because it's a fantastic piece of technology, and I'm able to train people around the world. And I'm mentoring at least a half a dozen bishops right now who never had a ministry of exorcism. I'm happy to put it out there. I'm happy to give them my material. I'm happy as long as they're using it, and they're using it to combat this incredible war that we happen to be in, this war of good versus evil. It's a real scenario. As we talk, there are spiritual entities in this room right now that are battling, and they're battling, and they're actually they're battling among themselves, and they're trying to say, okay, now, who in this room can we harass? Who in this room can we touch and make them think that something they did was wrong, and as a result, they should feel like garbage? I mean, they are trying to do that now. They are all around us right now. Don't mean to sound paranoid. Nothing to do with paranoia. I know a little bit about that. Okay, but let me tell you one thing, okay? You have to understand and acknowledge the fact that what we're saying is real. Okay, spirits, angels, demons, and God. They have one thing in common. And you know what that one thing is? Time and space. They are outside our frame of time and space. What we perceive to be time does not apply to them. A demon could actually walk from one century to another in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds. They're not barred down with any type of criteria they have to follow. They don't have to follow the rules because they're outside of all the rules. They're outside of time and space. So they could do that. So, getting back to my story, I'm looking at the screen, I'm examining it, and then something really bizarre happens, okay? It stops right directly in front of me, and I felt a surge of energy pop out of the screen, hit me right there. And I literally, I'm sitting on a chair that has wheels. I literally rolls back, I roll back about 3 feet, and that's what happened to me. And so as a result, sounds kind of weird, right? But it actually happened. And I figured when it happened, I was so confused because I couldn't quite understand. I didn't make the connection as to what actually took place. And then as I realized about the time and lore, time and space scenario. The time and space scenario applied here. What I was viewing was not only an investigation that was taking place a month ago, but I was watching an active demon, and the demon was active in my screen. And so what happened was this demon broke all the rules and went through time and made me see and interact with it on real time. That was a demon that appeared 30 days back in the Philippines, and it traveled all the way here just so it could intimidate me. And you know, and they're always trying to do this. You know, they want to intimidate you. They want to confuse you. They want to make you doubt yourself and your abilities. And that's one thing you could never do. Your abilities are important. Each of us have abilities. God has given us a gift, and the gift are these abilities that we have. These natural abilities that God has blessed us with. Okay, this photograph is proof as far as I'm concerned. I have other photographs, which I'm going to show you in a minute. You want to go to the next one? Okay, now, this is the one that you're going to really find interesting. This is a chart. This is a symbol chart. It's actually ancient, okay? And it goes back about 2,000 years. Each of these resemble, and they are very close to resembling what the demon leaves on your body before an exorcism. This here, these marks here, these are two different people, by the way. The marks are identical. We have done research on the thousands of cases over 46 years, thousands of cases, okay? And each case that we look at each case and we know that these marks are identical, and they keep popping up on people who are possessed. These things can be found, never believe it, under the fingernails. In the scalp, could be done under the arms and the buttocks, anywhere in the body where there's hair. These things will come up and they surface. They could be as large as 3.5 inches to as small as 1/3 of an inch. It could be under your nose, under your nostrils. It's totally hidden, since these marks are on the bodies of every person. And we have to ask the name of a demon. The demon has to identify himself. What an exorcist is like it's a boxing match, and the exorcist is a boxer, okay? And he's boxing his opponent. The opponent happens to be the darkness, the evil, Satan, and all his demons. And so that's what the exorcist is doing. He's boxing, okay? In a boxing match, okay, there's only one winner. Okay, now, I'm sorry, there's only one winner, okay? And the winner is the person that has the knowledge and intuitiveness to understand that there are some things you need to know. Number one, you not only need to know the name, you need to know what time they're going to leave. You ask them, well, when are you planning to go? And believe it or not, it sounds funny, but you have to ask not only their name, but also what time are you planning to go? How long are you planning to be in this person? The poor individual, the human is suffering so much. It's going through the body. And I've seen this thousands of times. I've seen bodies that look like corpses. They look like their flesh is actually decaying right before your very eyes. The stench that you smell from someone who's possessed It's quite, you can smell it throughout the house. You can even smell it outside because the odor is so incredible. So you're looking at a body that's basically dead. It's dead because the demonic has transformed its personality into this body. Now, what we do when we do demonic profiling, okay, we look for things. There's different kinds of demons. Each demon has a different personality. Each demon has a different purpose for being. Demons, they're here to wreck God's creation. We are God's creation. And as a form of rebellious, that's exactly what it's doing. It wants to rebel against God by destroying us. And when it does that, we get the full gratifications of that. Horrible, so much suffering involved. We're in downtown Los Angeles in a hotel. I'm doing the exorcism. I have one priest that's assisting me, and the parents are behind me. And we're doing this exorcism on this person. And as I'm right in the middle of it, maggots started falling from the ceiling. So I'm feeling these things on my head. I didn't realize what it was at first. And then I said, these places are roach infested. I figured it could be roaches. But, and it was a little dim in the room. So, but then I looked down and I've used a Roman ritual. I look at my book and it's covered with maggots. That all of these things are real. And those who are skeptical, that's fine. It's healthy to be skeptic, but don't be closed-minded. If you're closed-minded, you'll never understand what the truth is all about. This is truth. We are standing on truth. And the truth of the matter is, we're all in the battle of good versus evil. We have to keep ourselves alert, keep our eyes open, and make sure that you are connected with a higher power.
During oppression, the demonic is attacking the intellect and will of the person. So it's breaking the person's the will down, and it does that by biting, pinching, scratching, sleep deprivation, sleep paralysis episodes. You're past sleep deprivation, you're terrified. It's breaking that will of the person to where they can't fight anymore. You're immune compromised. By the way, the regurgitation does occur because the demonic doesn't want substance of life to enter the body. So malnutrition, dehydration is what Annalise McKell died of. She was 68 pounds when she died. So I think they did some really disservice. They should have stopped it, but the family refused medical treatment. And the will, so you have the intellect and the will. So the will is demonic oppression. There's a term called demonic obsession. And demonic obsession is when it begins to attack the intellect. It mimics schizophrenia. So it interacts with you, telling you that no one's going to help you, and it isolates you from your very family. So it certainly mimics a mental illness, but just like Archbishop said, levitation is not a form of mental illness. So there are things that we do to rule out clearly that the person is not mentally ill. Also, when I'm on a scene, there's a term called transient possession and perfect possession. Transient possession is when the demonic will enter the body and leave at will. But the person is constantly under the stage of attack. So like Annalise McKell, she suffered from transient possession. Perfect possession is very dangerous. There's no relief. The person is in a constant stage of possession. The body can only sustain so much trauma. So now there's two types of demonic activity. There's ordinary demonic activity and extraordinary. Ordinary demonic activity is when the demonic will tempt you to do things that you know you shouldn't do. We fall into sin. Demonic entities cannot read your mind. They're not God. Demonic entities know your sins because sins fall under what is called ordinary demonic activity. So through temptation and through ordinary demonic activity, that's how they know your sins. That is why clergy, that's why exorcists, we always receive the sacrament of reconciliation, confession, prior to performing an exorcism. And then, of course, once you have that, the perfect possession, so you have the intellect, the will is attacked, that's demonic oppression, demonic obsession, and then you have possession. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear because it's a little confusing when you break it down in that level. Hopefully that clarifies a little bit for you guys. There are three types of exorcisms. There's a deliverance, There is the minor rite of exorcism that was actually published by Pope Leo XIII that the Archbishop had talked about in his experience in 1890. That's the minor rite of exorcism. That is to expel a demonic entity that has infested itself within a home or building. And then, of course, there's the solemn rite. Now, the solemn rite starts with the Litany of Saints. The solemn rite, the first actually form was written in 1614. There is no conversation during the solemn rite of exorcism. Doesn't exist. I don't care. I'm not going to have a conversation with the demon. I don't care what the demon says to me. What I do, there's supplicating prayers, supplicating exorcism, and imperative exorcism. Supplicating is you ask God with a deliverance to remove that attachment. Deliverance, the person has an attachment. What's an attachment? You go to a location that you shouldn't go to. You paranormal investigate. Is anyone here? Can you do something? Whatever. Now it has attached itself to you through invitation. The intellect and will could be attacked through oppression and obsession, the second stage. You pray a prayer of deliverance to remove that attachment from the individual. Okay? The solemn rite of exorcism is reserved once the person has become possessed. And the solemn rite requires, as Archbishop has said, there's two things that I want to know. Only two things. And I command. We don't ask. We command in the name of Jesus Christ. What is your name? And what is the hour of departure? Here's why. Once the demonic surrenders its true identity, then we know that the intellect and will of the demon is being eradicated. Now, many times the demon will say, Lucifer, or they'll say the other seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, which is the highest ranking of angels. And so they'll say a name to terrify, to frighten you. You just continue the rite. It's repetitive. It's very repetitive. And you just continue the rite. What is your name? What is the hour of departure? And you continue and continue until eventually it surrenders its name. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because, we got to be careful, obviously, because we don't want people thinking that we're teaching them how to do exorcisms. I think this is important. And I want to talk about this too, if you don't mind. Look, the solemn rite is very sacred. And it should not be, under any circumstances, it should not be prayed by anyone who is not trained. I'm going to remind you the sons of Sceva in Acts. They were running around. They were not believers, and they were casting out demons in the name of Jesus Christ, in the name of Paul. And they came upon someone that was truly possessed, and the demon said, Jesus I know, Paul I know, but who are you? And they were viciously attacked. I want to talk a little bit about the exorcism, because I think it's important for you to know. And by the way, I'm not telling anything that this hidden information you're not supposed to share. This has been talked about by many Roman Catholic exorcists in many seminars. And this is what I was trained in. I want to teach you this because I think you should know it. Not because I think you should do it, but because you should be aware. There are stages to an exorcism. There's 7. First is the presence. And all the gentlemen here, we've talked about that. The overwhelming sensation, the temperature drop or temperature increase is dramatic. Dramatic. That is to cause chaos. It's a feeling that the room is, the ritual takes place, the feeling of evil that hangs in the air. And then there's what's called the pretense. Now, the pretense is where the demon hides behind the possessed. It's acting as if the body and the demon are the same. The spirit will sometimes try to convey that the exorcist is the villain. Many times. Don't allow them to come in. They're going to hurt you. They're going to do terrible things to you. Then what you have what's called the breakthrough. The breakthrough is what I want to know, because then the demon will begin to use the words I and we interchangeably, because they're trying to take ownership. And then you have the voice. Now that the demon has been exposed, it will try to frighten and confuse. There was an exorcism in which I did, it's a throwing of voice. And the only way I can describe it it's like if you have a surround sound everywhere, and it would scream bloody murder, and I would hear it over here, and then I would hear it behind me. And so those are it's throwing of the voice. It can also it mimicked my Aunt Mary, and that was on the show. It talked about that, and my aunt, she passed away when I was in the seminary, so I couldn't get to her. And her last words to me were Jamie, hurry. My family called me Jamie. And when I was performing the exorcism on my very first one, I was secondary. I wasn't the primary. I was the assistant. I wasn't the primary exorcist. And the demonic said, Jamie, hurry. And it was my aunt's voice. That is the one where her eyes were solid black. But it was a blackness where I could actually see my reflection. So I lifted the lids to see where I was during the possession. And I lifted the eyelids and it was solid black. And I was talking about sleep paralysis. I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. I couldn't think. I was stuck. And thank God the primary was there and he blessed me. That was terrifying. That was god-awful terrifying. That was the most terrifying experience I've ever had in my life. Because I felt vulnerable. I felt like prey. And I was looking in the eyes of an apex predator. So if he had not been there, I would have been in trouble. But that actually, on that case we talked about on the show, that was my first case. And then you have the voice, and you have the clash. The priest is looking for and must provoke the demon to command to get out of the body. And then you have the explosion stage. And then finally the expulsion stage is where they're expelled. None of us here are sensationalizing this. It truly does exist. But we don't want to frighten you and make you think that a demon is attaching itself to you right now and then you're going to be terrified. That's not the point. But I want to share something with you and then I'm going to be quiet. I want to share an EVP with you. An EVP is electronic voice phenomenon. I was at a location that it was demonically infested. The family asked me to come and to bless the location. I did. And I asked a simple question. Who are you? Are you friendly? Now, I did not hear it. I did not hear this growl. If you hear it, it's called a disembodied voice. You can hear it. But I played it back on my digital recorder, and I want to play this so you guys can hear it. Forgive my low tech. Pushing this thing here. Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up one second. Yep.
So this is where it gets pretty frightening. And we had everybody physically present sign a waiver because this could be frightening and it could be something that could affect you. So if you think you'll be in any way affected in a negative way, watch at your own risk, listen at your own risk. We're showing you the reality behind the paranormal, behind the demonic. Again, if you find that you think it might be too frightening for you, if you have kids in the audience that are, when you're listening to the live stream or something, just understand that you're continuing at your own risk. And here we go.
So that was my little thing telling me it's time for prayer. I'm a Benedictine, so okay. Let me just find it. Bear with me.
Okay.
Is there anyone here? Are you friendly? I wasn't friendly. This is another file that I'll play for you. I wasn't going to do it, but the family said that I can. This was an exorcism that I did, and the gentleman would, her wife was terrified, and he would get up in the middle of the night and stand right over her bed and just rock. I mean, it's very similar to a movie, I think, one of those paranormal movies. But he would get up and just rock, and he would see. His eyes went black, and the things that he did, the vocalizations. So I want to play that we did here. That this individual required the solemn rite. Now, obviously she was terrified. And so, yeah, he required the solemn rite of exorcism. But how many, you probably have heard of Annalise Nickel that I've talked about. There's a lot of sound bites that are online, but a lot of them are junk. Not a lot of them. I'll play something briefly, just for those of you who have never heard it. When I studied in the Roman seminary, I was able to get all the sound bites to Annalise Nickel. And I'll play this one. Maybe, again, I don't know if it's coming out very clear. Just hide again. Got this. Hide again, guys. Keep just silent. Keep just silent to the husband. Just hide again, guys. I took this to a sound engineer, and I asked him. He was a professional sound engineer, and I asked him how many pitches are in it. He can have 32. 32 pitches. That means if you have a choir, some people soprano, altos, 32. There's a very famous, well-known Tibetan monk who can do 3 pitches when he does his chanting, and he trains his voice for his entire life. And he can only do 3 at the same time. That was 32. But I don't want to. I don't like ending on a negative note, because then you give demons way